0-0. Slide out. 0-0. Slide out. 0-0. Slide out. One.
Second call, 14, players Francisco, Todd, players Francisco, and Todd.
6-1.
Right in the corner. Are you kidding me? It was out. Wow.
Good call. Can't overturn. 6-1.
Yep.
Right out. 1-6. Point. 2-6. Right out. 6-2. Right out.
We still have one car illegally, that is the white RAV4 Michigan plate EQE 6984. White RAV4 Michigan plate EQE 6984. Please move your car.
Point. 3-6. Point. 4-6.
Shoot.
Point. 7, 8. Good. Timeout receiver. 8, 8. 1 minute.
Check. Oh my God. Sounds great. Alrighty, everybody. This is your MC for the day, Preston Bias here on the center court. Beautiful day, sunny. Not many clouds in the sky. Next up on center court, if you haven't made your way down here, we're gonna have our men's singles. DJ Young coming out from Spain, residing in Texas currently, looking to prove what he's got here on the singles court versus James Ignatowicz. He's a 5-star tennis recruit turned pickleball pro. And again, that will be on center court here in about 5-10 minutes or so. I do see DJ, I don't see James. Hey DJ. I'm over here. How's it going? Good luck to both of you. Again, center court here in a second, our first men's single pro match of the day. Hope to see you here.
Please join me in congratulating our mixed doubles 35-50+ medalists. Rob is the team of Karen Dreska and the team of Michael Moss. Winning silver, Kelly Lamont, Kevin Reed. And gold, Wendy P. and the Truck Cups. Medalists, please take your way to the podium stand behind the championship court and the red road. Thank you. Right round 4 with Michigan plate. EQE 6984 is still parked in the fire lane. Please move your vehicle as soon as possible for avoid being ticketed. gold medalists in the mixed doubles 325, 50 plus bracket. Please report to the podium stand behind championship court. If you like beer pong, you will love pickleball. Go to the JoJo World Pickleball Fair with Claire Penn at noon, and that's in 10 minutes. To play. For the first 10 contestants have to play a chance to play pickleball and win a JoJo World Fair City Pickleball t-shirt. I'd also like to thank Elder Helpers in business in West Michigan for over 20 years. Live on your own, the helper in your home. Visit their booth in Leonard Village. We'd like to thank Wilson Pickleball. Wilson is the number one brand in rock sports and the official shoe of the City Open. About shoes. Speaking of shoes, we'd like to thank Zealous.
Welcome to the Beer City Open, sponsored by AHC Hospitality. Coming to you from beautiful Grand Rapids, Michigan, part of the USA Pickleball National Championship Series. Join us for the amazing on-court action as players compete for a part of the $90,000 purse and the coveted golden ticket to the Margaritaville USA Pickleball National Championships in Indian Wells, California this November. The National Championship Series event is brought to you by Consumer Cellular, Franklin, Day One, Pickleball Central, and Rockin' Protein, proud partners of USA Pickleball. Welcome to beautiful Grand Rapids, Michigan, here for the Beer City Open 2022. We are at Belknap Park, which is also part of the National Championship Series, is the Beer City Open. Golden tickets on the line all weekend long. I'm Dominic Catalano. Alongside me this morning is Susanna Barr. Susanna, welcome and thank you for joining me in the booth on Singles Day.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me back.
Absolutely. Going to be a lot of fun. We got a good one for you to start here. DJ Young taking on the up-and-comer James Ignatowicz. Susanna, you've seen both of these players recently. James becoming a predominant player on the singles circuit, trying to make his name in doubles. He's been playing a lot with Anna Bright in mixed doubles, had a couple partners, Federico Staxrud in men's doubles. But talk a little bit about what we think we're going to see here today between DJ Young and James Ignatowicz.
Sure. Well, I think the biggest thing to point out is DJ Young is not traditionally considered a singles player. So it's actually pretty exciting to see him out here. I'm excited really to see what he does because I've not seen him in singles that often. But I think for both these guys, we're going to see a lot of energy, a lot of good shot selection, and there's going to be a lot of movement on the court. James has a great two-handed backhand. He's got a lot of good drives and some good power. But we know DJ has quite the reach, and if we can get him fired up, he's always a force. And
I had a conversation with DJ Young earlier before we started today, because this is their first round matchup here in the men's draw. Men's draw started at about 11:30. Some of those matches are already underway, but this is both of these players' first match technically.
Right. DJ did play earlier this morning.
Yes, DJ had to play a feed-in match this morning to get into the draw where he won. He won 15-9, I believe he said. So he comes in as a lower seed here, but his athleticism, just his grit and his desire to play and win is going to be something to watch here against Ignatowicz, who Ignatowicz we've seen, again, like we've talked about, just coming onto the scene recently over the past 6 to 8 months. A former tennis player at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee. So he has that skill, and we have seen him have some success on this single side because of that. So it will be a very interesting matchup, and I like how you pointed out that it will be a lot of movement, right? Two very athletic gentlemen on the court this afternoon here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. It's a beautiful day out. It's a little warm, but it is a beautiful day, clear skies. I don't think we have any issue with weather or rain today. But we're going to be here a while as this men's draw is huge today as we're just getting this kicked off.
There's a little wind. You can see some wind in the trees, but right now I think it's not affecting the play too much. So hopefully it'll stay down. But yeah, this will be exciting. They're both tall. They both have long reaches. So it'll be, to some degree, who can get up to that kitchen line.
And as DJ Young gets back in, Ignatowicz finishing some final preps on his shoes as we will bring players in and get ready to get this match started. It is a 2 out of 3, 2-11, win by 2 here in this first round. DJ Young using his carbon paddle. He is with carbon. Ignatowicz using the Yola, more of a free agent. Ignatowicz has not signed with anybody yet, but you're seeing a lot of these new players use that Yola paddle there, Susanna.
Definitely. Yeah, I think if you look around, almost 90% of the unsigned players are using that Yola paddle at this stage.
And speaking of unsigned, we saw yesterday a new signing with Yola, Simone Jardim.
Yes.
Going from Prince to Yola, made that announcement public yesterday.
Yeah, she'll be out here this weekend playing with it, so we'll see how quickly she's adapted to it and what it brings to her game.
Yeah, she had some kind words for the paddle and what she can do with the ball, some shots that she didn't think were still in her arsenal. And the big question, though, what we saw was as she announced that yesterday, there was about 100 comments within 10 minutes talking about, is she still retiring? And so that's the big question that I'm seeing come from people, and with that announcement from Jardim, as she did announce her retirement earlier this year, moving into the 2022 season. So we'll see if that has anything to do with her retiring, or, I mean, she's not in retirement. She can't come out of retirement, but
right.
maybe postponing.
Postponing her retirement. Yeah, I know. I think we were all kind of wondering that.
So we'll see, but she does teach a lot, so she has a lot of influence with players all around that she teaches. So that's the great thing with pickleball. People signing with paddle companies that aren't necessarily tour players, but they are great instructors. They travel, they do a lot of clinics and teaching. They have just as much influence on players at that 3-0, 3-5, 4-0, 4-5 level as a pro does. You see that too?
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, when you're an instructor, when you're out there with the players themselves, you know, some lower level players don't even, you know, pay attention that much to the pro level. They just want to play. So a lot of times those instructors can have almost a bigger influence.
All right, we are ready to go. DJ Young to serve to start off here.
0-0. Side out. Zero, zero. Point.
DJ Young gets a ball that he knows he can do something with, but just off the top of the net.
1-0.
Ignatowicz on the board first here, 1-0.
Side out.
So right off the bat, one of the things I pointed out about Ignatowicz was his double-handed backhand, and DJ Young seems to be going that direction, so we'll see if he continues that or maybe tries his forehand.
Not enough to call stance. Side out. 1-0.
Just missing that two-hander there is DJ Young, and that is something that I know he's worked on too, is that two-handed backhand. A lot of the male players now have worked on that and made that a part of their game.
Definitely.
See, and I did not mind that return there from DJ Young either. He kept that nice and low, and if you're going to do anything, do not give Ignatowicz any ball up around his hips that he can attack, correct?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, it's, you got to keep Ignatowicz from being able to really get into his drive. There we go. Nice and deep from DJ Young.
Zero, 3. Side out.
So 3 drives in a row from DJ Young. He tries to drop that fourth one.
Yeah, and I was waiting for that drop. I mean, he needs to be able to drop, maybe get up to that kitchen line, get into some of the cat and mouse game.
Young gets that ball back over, but just body a little out of control, ends up in the kitchen, and a fault, and a 4-0 lead here for Ignatowicz.
4-0.
There we go.
And like you said, I think that's what we're going to look for out of DJ Young, is try and get Ignatowicz out of that grip and rip, those backhands, those forehands, those drives, get him into a little cat and mouse here. Well, that's a good ball right down the line from DJ Young.
was a really good shot. But yeah, DJ Young in general, like I play him in doubles. I'm going to partner with him in a couple of tournaments, and he's known for his creative shot choices. So if he can implement that in a singles match, he can definitely build.
Right there again, and I think that's key right there is the deep serve, right?
Yep.
So Ignatowicz isn't completely all the way up at the kitchen line by the time he comes up, so Young's able to pass him right there.
2-4.
Young answers with 2 points. Oh, what a nice little inside out, and I think Ignatowicz is expecting pace there.
Right. But that's that creative shot choice. But absolutely, right from the very beginning, I did notice that Young's serve was a lot more aggressive.
Wow, again he doubles up. Okay, so now he goes 2 two-handed backhands down the line. Now he goes 2 forehand inside-out drop shots. What does that do now? Ignatowicz calls a timeout. What is Ignatowicz thinking now after he's hit those 4 shots in a row?
Well, I think that's the challenge for Ignatowicz with playing Young, is that there's not going to be a consistent pattern. And Ignatowicz is going to have to try to figure out, how do I get DJ off his game and not allow him to create these shots that Ignatowicz just is not sure where they're going.
And I love how you pointed that out, Suzanne. It is DJ Young feeds off of being abnormal, right? We call it abnormal. And what I mean by that is his shot selection, right? It's not your prototypical high percentage. He'll play some lower percentage shots, but he hits them so well, right? And so he hasn't hit any really low percentage shots here, but what he's doing is he's keeping Ignatowicz on his heels right now, keeping him guessing.
Yep.
And so a quick 4-0 run by Ignatowicz, answered with a 4-0 run from DJ Young.
Time in, 4-4.
That's good control of the kitchen line right there from Ignatowicz. What a get there from Ignatowicz, using his length to get in. Watch this. Great little slide right there, and then Young tries to flip backside on him, but it's the high part of the net right there. So good timeout there from Ignatowicz.
Good timeout.
Got the side out and then gets 2 quick points.
6-4.
Oh.
Side out.
Now, talk about this a little bit, Susanna. DJ Young he's trying to drop that. Is it really a good strategy against someone so big like Ignatowicz?
I mean, right now, I think DJ Young is at it's been successful twice and one time not successful.
Right.
So, I mean, anytime you're getting points, but typically, if your opponent is already moving forward, you don't necessarily want to drop it and invite them in.
Right.
If they're on their back heel, yeah, it's not a bad idea. But, Ignatowicz does have a lot of speed. He is able to get there, but twice he's hit it long. So he's overhit when he's gotten up there.
That's tough right there. That's almost a miss hit out of Ignatowicz on the forehand volley right there, and it causes Young to have to reach for that and just try and get that up and over, and maybe Ignatowicz makes a mistake, but he doesn't.
6-5. Point.
You see both players right now are really trying to push to get to that kitchen line and control it.
Point.
Tough right there. Young trying to drop that in again perfectly.
Timeout receiver.
Timeout here from
1 minute.
DJ Young as he is down by 3. Susanna, you're in DJ Young's corner right now. He evened it up at 4 after going down by 4. 2 4-0 runs. Ignatowicz comes out of the timeout last one. answers quickly. What are you telling DJ Young right now if you're his coach in his corner?
Right. I mean, I'd like to see Young throw in a few more drives again. Like, let's not let Ignatowicz get so comfortable. I mean, that was where Young was having some success earlier, was by mixing things up. And now it seems like he's kind of embracing trying to get into the cat and mouse game, but let's keep Ignatowicz on his toes and try some of those two-handed drives again down the line. Mix it up.
Yeah, absolutely, and he did. He had some success. Went, when he was down 4-0, went 2 down the line, went 2 drops.
Yep.
Mixing it up, I think, would be a good idea for DJ Young, but uses that timeout. Let's see if he can get this side out and get back into this first game. 2 out of 3 here to 11. First round of this very large men's pro singles draw today. That's a tough block there from DJ Young. He just popped it up. But again, that's because Ignatowicz extended him fully. He couldn't get on top of that block.
9-5.
I think that was a good drop there from Young. He had Ignatowicz full sprint.
He had the shot he wanted. He just, didn't get under the ball enough.
10-5.
Game 1 will go to James Ignatowicz, 11-5 here. We'll see if DJ Young can regroup here and get back in this. They'll have 2 minutes, but before that, we will take a break. When we come back, Game 2 here, this first round matchup in Grand Rapids, Michigan at the Beer City Open.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. PaddleTech. Let's go again.
Welcome back to Grand Rapids, Michigan here at the 2022 Beer City Open, part of the National Championship Series for USA Pickleball. We're here on Championship Court, round 1 men's pro singles. James Ignatowicz taking game 1, 11-5 over DJ Young. Let's see if DJ Young has an answer here in game number 2 here on Championship Court.
Time in. Game 2. 0-0.
Generous call, I think, Susanna, from Ignatowicz right there.
Yeah, it was a little generous.
Yeah. But I'd rather see that. I like seeing that. If the player doesn't know for sure, Ignatowicz is playing that. Look, we're right on that line, so it's a little easy for us to see we're not playing. Oh, little net lord. Oh, Young there for it, but a little cat and mouse there on the right-hand side of the court on our side.
I would have liked to have seen Young pull that ball cross court rather than trying to lob over Ignatowicz's forehand.
That's the first serve I've actually seen Ignatowicz go for right there. He's almost just flipping that serve in as opposed to Young. All right, so DJ Young trying to go cross court hard there. That's a tough shot hard because you're not working with a lot of room. I'd like to see that inside-out forehand like he was utilizing in game one early.
And he's got that great inside-out forehand drop, and dropping it right there to the backhand would have been a nice choice.
Okay, so I'm picking up a little bit right now. I'd rather, and if I'm on DJ's side, nothing against James right now, but he won game one. I would want to see DJ Young go to Ignatowicz's forehand a little more. His two-hander
100%.
is just wicked right now.
Right.
Wow, and right on cue, a little two-hand roll off the bounce there. Beautifully done by Ignatowicz. Let's see if Young can utilize the forehand. Looks like he is trying to go there.
There we go. Yeah, that was a great play by DJ Young. Twice to the forehand, and then he got that cut that he wanted.
So you kind of lean back in your chair. You're sitting there going, oh, what was your thought there on that third one?
He had exactly the shot he wanted, and it was just unfortunate that he hit the top of the tape. So.
That's a great ball there from DJ Young as he just goes cross court on Ignatowicz. Good get on the first one there, as you see from James, but Young doubles up in the same spot, and I like that he doubles up right there. Ignatowicz was almost anticipating him go to the opposite side.
Different attempt on a serve.
Yeah, Young laughing at himself because that ball got away from him on the toss. He tried to reach and get it.
Server, 0-0, 1 minute.
All right, so you don't see this very often, Susanna. A 0-0 timeout here in game number 2. What is Ignatowicz doing in this timeout? Because he's the one who called it.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just, they're at a stalemate, and so he just needs to break things up a little bit, get himself together before he goes for this serve and starts to try to put some points together.
And I like it too because I love seeing. I'm a fan of the offensive serve, right? You know, where you get served back and you call a timeout. Now you didn't see that a lot in pickleball 3-4 years ago. Over the past couple of years, you're seeing a lot more offensive timeouts.
Right.
What's the reasoning behind an offensive timeout rather than a defensive timeout trying to stall somebody?
Right, an offensive timeout's going to be a little bit more for you to take a moment to regroup, to just get ready to build those points. A defensive timeout, you're trying to slow down your opponents. But with an offensive timeout, you're taking a second to regroup for yourself and going into it with hopefully a renewed vigor.
All right, let's see if that timeout works, and it does right off the bat. And again, we pointed it out, we're seeing Ignatowicz go a little more for this serve in this second game. He really wasn't in game 1.
1-0.
Ignatowicz all over it right there, upset with himself because he hits that ball really solid but can't get over the top of it.
Well, that was an incredible get off that net roller that Ignatowicz got at the very beginning there.
Love how Young just carves that forehand right there. I think he put some backspin on it and made it tough for Ignatowicz to get that up and over.
Yeah, and the other thing you see Young doing right now is he's actually getting a little lower when he gets up to that kitchen line. So he's not missing as many volleys into the net as he did in that first game. he's realizing that Ignatowicz's drives are staying very low over the net.
Ball skipped on Young a little bit right there as he looks down at the ground. And Ignatowicz takes a 2-1 lead.
I do like seeing this more aggressive serve. There's definitely something that is encouraged in singles.
Young upset with himself right there because that's a ball that he's just trying to approach. And it looked like he almost started to approach before he hit it, and he caused a miss hit.
That was a great move.
That's a huge two-hander right here from Ignatowicz. Every bit of his 6'4" frame coming up. You pop this ball up to him, that's tough.
4-1.
That's a big ball right there from DJ Young, but he's able to set that up because watch the pop up here and watch this ball bounce up. Young lets that ball get to its apex where he can get over the top of it.
That's a great play by Ignatowicz. He really stretched Young out in both directions.
4-1.
That's beautiful right there. Great setup there from DJ Young.
Yeah, you were correct. I think Young is putting a little bit of some backspin on that inside out volley, forehand volley. And that is probably one of the shots that is giving Ignatowicz a little bit of trouble. He's tending to pop that ball up a little bit more.
1-4.
Oh, Ignatowicz almost went for that.
I probably would have hit it.
You absolutely.
It's right there. It's
right.
too juicy.
Like the high ones.
4-1.
What a get there from Ignatowicz. I mean, just when you think he's done, I mean, he's behind the baseline here. 1, 2 steps. 2 steps to get that ball. Pays to be that big and that athletic.
Big and also he really kept his paddle swing short.
Oh, and Ignatowicz almost gets the net roll just a little wide. Talk about how you get short. You're talking about, you said Ignatowicz stayed short. He didn't get too big with that swing. What do you mean by that?
Well, earlier I think when he was missing some of those short balls when he was running up on him, he was still going for too big of a swing. His back swing was bigger, and he's made an adjustment now that as he's moving up, he's not pulling his paddle back as far, and he's catching it out front, shortening that swing down and controlling it quite a bit more.
A rare miss hit there from Ignatowicz as he miss-hits the serve, goes out. Young within 2 now. Yeah, Young, I'd rather see him try and drop that cross-court forehand instead of trying to drive it to that spot.
Right, and I mean that is, you know, we've talked about it. That's one of Young's favorite shots is that inside out there, but he's missed a few of them, so maybe try something else for a minute and then get back to it.
I just don't think Young utilized the forehand of Ignatowicz enough there. He hit to his backhand too much on that point when he had control.
And that's the same thing with that inside-out forehand of Young's. It tends to go to the left side of the court, which for a lot of players, that's our backhand. That's okay. But for Ignatowicz, to some degree, we want to mix in that forehand a little bit more.
Wow, that is just...
backhand is great.
Yeah, that is just too good right there. Utilizing that two-hander, and he is out to a commanding 4-point lead here in game 2, looking to move on to that second round.
7-3.
against the net post.
And that was a great return by Young. Nice and deep, stayed really low.
3-7. Oh, boy.
Right, and I know it's a ball Ignatowicz is going to hit. Like, he's going to hit a winner on this more times than not. He makes a mistake, but the mistake is on the forehand.
Yep.
He's not making mistakes in the backhand.
Not
Young,
at this stage.
Yeah, Young has to go to that forehand. Another generous call from Ignatowicz right there on the baseline.
Yeah, I mean, it's a generous call. At the same time, Young's serve has a lot of pace, which makes it hard for players to call that ball.
Yeah.
You know, if it was slower, Ignatowicz would probably be able to see it better, but when it's coming with that much pace, you're just worried about trying to get your return back.
So I think that's the right spot, right? Young mishits that. Oh, pretty bad there. But I'd like to see him go to that forehand side right there. As you see, Jenna Hesser getting some work done, and she's up next here on championship court, taking on Georgia Johnson as Jenna took out Lauren Stratman in the last round, 7 and 8. What a recovery from Ignatowicz.
That was great.
Good control from DJ Young in the kitchen line.
And I really like when Young went twice to the forehand, because you knew Ignatowicz was heading towards that backhand, because that has been where Young has been cutting that ball. But Young went twice to that forehand, got Ignatowicz a little bit more off balance, and then did the cut to Ignatowicz's backhand.
That's tough right there. Young to control that and try and go somewhere with it. He's just trying to get that ball up and back over because Ignatowicz puts so much pressure on his volley.
Yeah, I agree with what you've been saying earlier, is that first shot should have probably been a drop. There we go.
It's nice right there from DJ Young. Man, he's not going away. And he could have went away at 7-3. But he didn't. He answered, got 2 back, and now he's still within 2 here.
5-7.
Yeah, his ball right on that back corner. That's a good ball from there from Ignatowicz. Right, and that's what we're seeing just a little bit from Ignatowicz, is a little over-hitting on the forehand, right? He's hit a couple off the back wall, a little long there.
But then we're back to that
right.
backhand volley.
Right. And it's tough. Young's trying to drop that in, honestly.
Right.
Trying to fight for another ball. But it's tough because Ignatowicz is controlling the kitchen line so much and so well.
7-5.
There's no way, like, he gets a paddle on that. I mean, he almost gets that up and over. And I'm watching from an angle here going, he's not even in the screen yet, and he gets a paddle on that.
Right. I mean, he's got great movement and a great reach, but at the same time, we're just watching DJ Young going, what is he going to do with that ball?
Right.
Oh, right idea again. It's right there.
But what Ignatowicz forces Young to do is be perfect with that, right?
There's not a lot of space.
Right, he's trying to hit that line there, right? And so, again, I think Ignatowicz taking his second timeout.
7-5, 1 minute.
Oh, receiver, so it was DJ.
Yeah.
So DJ's taking the timeout here, giving both players a nice break here. It is warm, it is humid. So they're going to both be utilizing, and all players today will be utilizing those timeouts, I'm sure of it.
You can see DJ Young over there getting a little coaching from the Pro XR, one of the Pro XR coaches.
You can see a little breezy, the wind sock, or what do you call it? It's not a wind sock. It's not a sock. But it is a little breezy, which is kind of nice because on a humid day like today, but DJ and Ignatowicz been stalemated here at 7-5 for some time now. So we'll see out of this timeout if Ignatowicz can get on the board and extend that lead.
Receiver, you have one timeout remaining.
All right, so what you guys have to look forward to later on today, players will be able to utilize challenges, video replay challenges in all the medal matches today. So you're getting just a taste right there of what we're gonna be able to utilize later on this afternoon and into the evening. Great work by our Boxcar Productions crew here all weekend and what they're doing. We have 9 cameras here on Championship Court. Unbelievable. Oh, and he just misses that little backhand flick. Ball was out. Young pancakes it and just
barely.
It's close.
Again, once again, a very
Tough.
creative shot. Half an inch closer, he would have had it.
But Ignatowicz out of the timeout gets 2 quick points. And just not the right spot there from Young to the backhand of Ignatowicz. And he has a match point, and that is a good call. That ball is out. Wow. To the naked eye, it almost looked in,
right?
But it was out.
Good use of technology there.
And Ignatowicz with the 2-hand winner down the line, and he will move on to the second round. DJ Young will drop down into the consolation side. We'll see if he can battle his way back. We'll take a quick commercial break here on Championship Court. When we come back, I'll have a word with James Ignatowicz and see his thoughts about this match. Don't go anywhere.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech, let's go again.
If you run, if you spin, if you jump, walk, hit, climb, hustle, or just move, you bounce. Bounce 50% less with SheFit. We got you, because we are you. SheFit.
Priorities shift from rush hours to slow breakfasts, from busy schedules to scheduled downtime. And as life happens, shifts and surprises are sure to follow. At Priority Health, we'll always be ready to shift with you, from complicated policies to ones written by humans, from a plan for 1 to a plan for 3. Because your priorities have shifted, maybe it's time your health insurance did too.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
You fired up the grill for one hot dog? Seriously?
Hot dogs, better with Pepsi.
Elders, helpers, and Engage Pickleball love the fun we have and the friends we make playing and teaching this great game of pickleball. We proudly sponsor the Beer City Open, an APP event in Grand Rapids, Michigan. We welcome all participants and spectators. At Elders Helpers, we say, live on your own with a helper in your home.
Welcome back here to Championship Court. I'm with James Ignatowicz after your victory over DJ Young. James, coming into that match, not a lot of history singles with DJ Young. He doesn't play a lot of singles. What's your strategy going in against someone like that?
Well, he's obviously a pretty big dude, pretty intimidating guy. Definitely makes me feel bad about my physique, and for that reason, I was a little concerned going in, but luckily made some shots, and I won. So
you had the two-handed backhand dialed in. In game two, it looked like Young was trying to go more to your forehand. How do you make that adjustment?
I didn't really notice. I really don't remember where he was going or where I was going. I was kind of just playing, and a little nervous, trying to just see the blue and hit the blue, and that's basically my game plan. And yeah, it worked somehow. So.
All right, well, congratulations, James. Moving on to the second round. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we have a women's semifinal pro singles matchup here on Championship Court here in Grand Rapids, Michigan at the Beer City Open.
Brewing is both traditional and dynamic. That's the idea behind 5910 IPA, a classic IPA with a modern twist. And the name, 5910, is a nod to where brewing magic happens. Cheers to 5910, home of liquid craftsmanship.
Hiya, my name is Stacy Townsend, and let's learn to play better pickleball with Pickler and USA Pickleball. Learn to play better pickleball for free with Pickler and USA Pickleball.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster. I will never surrender. Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
I've been on the road, out here with the squad. Everybody trying to go, yeah, the party jumping up. Hey, we putting on a show, trying to catch a vibe. We do this every time, like, na 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 na. This is where I wanna be, na na na. Never ever gonna leave, na na na. You ain't gonna get it from me, I'm like, na 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 na.
McClure's pickles are the official pickles of the kitchen.
Well, duh. We belong in the kitchen.
Totally. Just now it's official.
That's what I'm officially saying.
Pickles and pickleball. They fit so well, it's gotta be official by now.
No, sorry, I thought that unofficial was gonna pop back up again.
Bonner and Ava Kussmeiner?
Kussmeiner, Jake Kussmeiner's
Must be sister, yeah. But no, I don't recognize any of the 5-0s. What?
All right, we are back here on championship court. A good one here on the women's pro single side. Semifinal matchup here between Georgia Johnson and Jenna Hessert here on championship court. Jenna is making a name for herself early today as she took out Anna Bright in the first round. 11-5, 13-11, and then took care of Lauren Stratman in the second round, 11-7, 11-8. So she's taken out some good and pretty big names on the singles side here, Susanna.
Right, and we were able to watch a little bit of her match against Lauren Stratman. Definitely a strong player, and you know, it's exciting to watch someone new. She's out of Oklahoma City and kind of making her pro singles debut here.
Yeah, and we looked her up a little more, and we have some information. She did take 5-0 gold in singles.
Not singles, women's doubles.
Women's doubles in New York. So she is a very qualified player after beating two very good players earlier on. Let's see if she can knock out the young phenom Georgia Johnson here. 2 out of 3. Hessert to serve. Wow, some great gets there from Georgia Johnson early on. Now we saw Hessert getting some work done during that last men's match on her leg.
Yes.
We'll see how that plays out. Looked like almost like her knee.
And it was on her left leg,
right,
not the one that's taped, so. That's a good ball there from Hessert down the line. Johnson thinking that ball was going to sail. It doesn't. Thick air today. Ball's not going to sail as long as you may think it is. Johnson giving it right back to Hessert cross court on that line.
1-0.
Right now we're seeing both ladies staying back. It'll be interesting to see if any of them start to approach the net more and if that helps their game.
I think just long there from Hessert. Does Johnson call that out? No, she did not. I apologize.
1-1.
All square here at 1. Early in game 1 of this 2 out of 3.
There we go. Johnson right up there at that kitchen line.
Almost looked like Hessert wanted to go drop shot cross court there, and she got in between and just hit it a little too hard. It's easy put away there from Johnson.
Side out. One.
That's a good forehand there from Georgia Johnson. Susanna, you're very familiar with Georgia Johnson as she is your teammate.
Yeah.
For MLP.
MLP, yep. Incredible young lady. Definitely very fortunate to get to partner with her at MLP and to be on the same team with her. I'd rather play with her than against her.
Yes.
Side out.
Players just trading side outs here at 1-1.
1-1.
Breeze picking up a little more here. Rare miss there. Johnson sets herself up beautifully to get that two-hander cross court, but goes off the tape. And we remain at 1-1.
1-1.
Winner of this moves on to face Paris Todd in the winner's bracket final. Todd took out Irina Terashenko 11-2, 11-9 to earn her spot in that winner's bracket final. Oh,
that's a great passing shot.
Yeah,
We're going to say the same thing.
I couldn't beat you to it right here, but watch this. Cross her body. Johnson thinking she's going to go flat down the line. She goes cross-court winner.
Yeah, and one of the nice things with that shot, it was about at a 60% pace. It wasn't, she wasn't going for that baseline, but she was just trying to get that ball to drop mid-court.
1. 2-1.
Hessert breaks the streak and gets off of one. Oh, and ball it just seemed to die right there off the paddle of Georgia Johnson.
Yeah, she got a lot of spin on that. One thing I'm noticing is Johnson's the only one who's been really approaching the net so far, and when she does, she's been pretty successful.
Side out. 2-1.
Well, at this rate, Susanna, we're going to be here a while for this match as these ladies just keep trading side outs.
We've also had 2 missed serves now by Hessert, so that'll be something she'll want to solidify and not miss too many serves.
Now tied here at 2 as Johnson answers.
Just a little long.
2-2.
That's a great return there from Georgia Johnson. Puts a lot of pace on that, goes hard cross court. Nice control of the kitchen line. Like you said, Susanna, it's only been Georgia Johnson coming to the net right now. Hessert not coming up
3-2.
and trying to take advantage of that. She's almost seeing something. She doesn't want to get into that with Johnson.
Oh. Well, it was a great get by Hessert. Georgia was right there, though, but you got to get it over.
Well, and that's the one right there. It's like, just get it up and over. Maybe your opponent will make a mistake, and that's the prime example of it right there.
And right there, you saw Hessert actually going up to that kitchen line, but in her approach, she ends up hitting the ball long.
Johnson's not going to miss that one right there. After she missed the last one, she's not going to miss it again.
Well, there's one thing you got to understand when we're talking about women's singles versus men's singles is there is a reach and a height difference. And so when you're asking, wait for this point. There she goes.
Oh, and Johnson
Wow.
goes around the
That's a great
post here from deep in the baseline. Does she actually go around here?
No,
No,
it went over, but
she went over, but
Mhm.
that's a good ball there from Georgia Johnson. All right, so Hessert, instead of trying to hit winners, sideline to sideline right there, she went right at the body of Georgia Johnson. I like that approach, right?
Yeah, sometimes it pays off.
Ball right on that back line there from Johnson. As you see Mom Julie Johnson in the stands there, checking out her daughter Georgia. Hessert almost coming up a little bit ginger right there on that. Oh, she's feeling it, Suzanne. A little Net Lord love. She needed it right there.
She
Got
did.
it.
She needed a little luck in her favor.
Let's see if she can answer here. Been stuck on 2 for a while.
And there we go.
Yeah, Johnson helps her out with the unforced error on the return serve.
You know, but one thing I like is Johnson's hitting it hard. She's hitting her serves hard. She's hitting her returns hard. And if she misses a couple long, in the long run, it's been paying off.
Wow. These ladies are hitting balls within a foot of the baseline consistently here, keeping each other back.
4-6.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Yeah, and a little smile there out of Hessert as she goes cross court on Johnson.
Yep. She's gotten Johnson a couple of times on that. Again, it's kind of a 60% pace drop, which is really useful in singles. You know, in doubles, we might not want to drop that deep, but in singles, we want to add that little bit of pace to just try to get past that player.
Yeah, and we saw it last match. DJ Young did it a couple times in game 1. He would do that cross-court drop, and you can get a little more depth on that, like you're saying.
If you go too deep, you risk the chance of it being high enough for the player up the kitchen line to volley. So, but if you can add a little pace, but still make it drop underneath their volleying comfort zone, you know, that's a good shot in singles.
All right, so timeout here on court. Hessert answers, gets 3 in a row here. If you're Georgia Johnson in the corner right there, Drew Holder, as you see, talking to her right there, kind of helping her out with some tips here. What are you saying to Georgia right now to stop this 3-0 run from Hessert?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see Georgia to continue to return deep, potentially to push Hessert's backhand a little bit more. We haven't, you know, we've seen some great forehand passing shots. And then again, for Johnson just to get up to that kitchen line. She's got the reach, she's got the movement. For the most part, she's been winning the rallies when she's up the kitchen. And just like that.
Oh no. It looks like a cramp. It looks more like a cramp in that back calf, possibly. It's lower leg right now from Hessert. She is in
a lot of pain.
A lot of pain right now. I don't think it's anything with an Achilles or anything like that. It looks to be higher up on the calf.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they're trying to rub out the calf muscle, so it's likely a cramp, but definitely very painful.
So we'll see what happens here.
We've got Andrea Coop out there helping to check in on everyone.
I mean, and that was instant help on the court here at Beer City Open. Absolutely love to see that. because she was in some serious pain right off the bat in that calf. So we have a timeout here on the court. Here. All right, so as Jenna Hessler gets some work done on that calf, we'll see what happens here after that, but we'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll see how Jenna is when we return to Grand Rapids, Michigan here at the 2022 Beer City Open.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Revlin Sports, where a passion for pickleball, performance on the court, and the preservation of our planet come together. We designed our paddles with a TerraGrit surface texture to maximize spin, ergonomic octagonal grip, and a BioFlex face that is stronger than fiberglass, offering better vibration dampening than carbon fiber. It's a paddle you can be proud of. We created the first ever sustainable high-performance paddle, made 100% in the USA. That's what we are made of. What are you made of?
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
You fired up the grill for 1 hot dog? Seriously?
Hot dogs, better with Pepsi.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster. I will never surrender. Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech, let's go again.
Priorities shift from chasing time to chasing sunsets. From family trips to backyard adventures. And as life happens, shifts and surprises are sure to follow. At Priority Health, we'll always be ready to shift with you. From a member number to a first name basis. From complicated policies to ones written by humans. Because your priorities have shifted. Maybe it's time your health insurance did too.
When it comes to sports bras and activewear, it's not enough to just do it. You have to just do it right. That's why SheFit's perfectly fitting gear embraces and supports women's bodies. Made for ins and outs, ups and downs, starts and stops, and everything in between. We got you. Because we are you. SheFit.
I've been on the road, out here with the squad. Everybody trying to go, yeah, the party jumping up. Hey, we putting on a show, trying to catch a vibe. We do this every time, like, na 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 na. This is where I wanna be, na na na. Never ever gonna leave, na na na. You ain't gonna get it from me. I'm like, na 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 na.
McClure's pickles are the official pickles of the kitchen.
Well, duh. We belong in the kitchen.
Totally. Just now it's official.
That's what I'm officially saying.
Pickles and pickleball. They fit so well it's gotta be official by now.
Oh, sorry, I thought that unofficial was gonna pop back up again.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Revlin Sports, where a passion for pickleball, performance on the court, and the preservation of our planet come together. We designed our paddles with a Terra Grit surface texture to maximize spin, ergonomic octagonal grip, and a BioFlex face that is stronger than fiberglass, offering better vibration dampening than carbon fiber. It's a paddle you can be proud of. We created the first ever sustainable high-performance paddle, made 100% in the USA. That's what we are made of. What are you made of?
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
You fired up the grill for one hot dog? Seriously?
Hot dogs, better with Pepsi.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
Welcome back to Championship Court here in Grand Rapids, Michigan at the Beer City Open 2022. Jenna Hessert and Georgia Johnson halfway through game one. Hessert came up a little lame with a leg issue in the middle of that last point.
Yeah, it's a close match, though. They've been battling. There's been a lot of side outs, back and forth.
And we're going to take a look right here at Hessert and what happened as she tries to get back in, and that leg just goes completely stiff on her. She grabs that calf. Johnson ended up hitting a winner on that point. And this is where we are in this 15-minute medical timeout. We have about a little less than 3 minutes left before Hessert has to come back in. She gets 15 minutes, and she has utilized pretty much all of that 15 minutes.
But Hessert is up right now. She is moving around. She's shaking out her legs. So it looks like she's, going to get back out on this court here.
Yeah, the last thing we want to see is someone as hot as she has been come up lane right now and have to pull out. We want to see this match. It's been a good one so far. Johnson has a 1-point lead here, but it has been, back and forth this whole first game.
Yeah, so she's definitely up moving. Looks like she's hydrating. I mean, I think the fear is going to be just can she, maintain for not just this game, but potentially 2 more games if they go 3.
Right, and it's as a player yourself, Susanna, when something like that happens, right? You've had a cramp. We've all had cramps before. When that happens and you come back from it, the tendency is going to be very hard for her mentally to say, okay, I want to really push off this leg.
Right.
Because as we all know, with cramps, they can come back just like that, right? And so if she pushes off that hard one more time and it cramps up again, it's going to be very hard for her to come back from something like that.
You know what's interesting? I just realized I do not know how many medical timeouts you're able to take.
1 minute. That is a good question. We'll have to get with Mark Pfeiffer, our head referee here for USA Pickleball. Or, we can even, ask, our buddy Ron Ponder here, who is our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match. Maybe we'll get him during a timeout and ask him and see where that stands. But that is a good question. You've been around this game a long time. You don't know that, and so have I.
I have never taken a medical time. No, I took one medical timeout once when J.W. Johnson hit hit a drive right at me, and it actually took off about half my thumbnail.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was like a chainsaw or sandpaper, I guess, and I needed a quick medical timeout to stop some bleeding.
Okay, so Georgia's big brother, JW, caused a medical timeout for Susanna Barr.
That was not a fun one.
Doesn't sound like it at all. But it looks like Jenna is up and moving around. And it's always good to see.
One of the things we'll have to see, too, is for Johnson and how she kind of handles the fact that her opponent, is injured and down on the ground. Sometimes that can actually get into your head a little bit. You're like, okay, I know I have to just go out and play my game and not let it bother me, but, we're all human, and we all, hopefully have a little concern for our opponents when they're injured.
So a little long on that return from Hessert. Oh yeah, and she's obviously playing very gingerly, and it is her left leg, and her two-handed backhand is a strength of hers. She is not planting on that back leg right now to hit this. It's sad to see right now. Oh, but she does come back and hit that one right there. So maybe it is a feeling out process of, like I said, you hesitate on it right away, but she didn't on that one. It looked good.
5-8. Point.
We do actually have some wind that is truly picking up right now. You can feel a little bit of it.
Side out.
So Hessert telling herself, just calm down, calm
Yeah,
down.
look, I mean, she's got that shot. She just needs to take a minute.
Yeah, and that's all right now. Georgia Johnson should have in her mind is just sideline to sideline, keep it in. And again, nothing personal, just business here. They came here to win. You got to move Hessert around a little bit.
But she doesn't need to overdo it.
Right,
she maybe hitting it long, because she's already got that tiny bit of an advantage right now.
6-9.
That's a good ball right there from Hessert off of almost 1.5 legs right now.
7-9.
She just can't get to that one right
And I was
now.
just thinking the same. Like, I'd like to see Johnson hit not just side to side, but drop some shorter balls as well.
That was almost as short as you can get it right there off the tape.
The tape said not right now.
No, not this time.
That's just not quite fair. That's a great volley.
Yeah, Johnson just taking that ball out of the air, not letting that bounce. She could have easily let this bounce, but she knows that if she takes this out of the air, it doesn't allow Hessert to set up. And that's where right now Johnson has to go to is the backhand from Hessert, because she's almost hitting that one-handed now because she's not planting off that back foot.
And it definitely looks like it's uncomfortable for her to be hitting a one-handed backhand.
Right. So now again, Drew Holder over there in the corner of Georgia Johnson talking to her. What are you telling her to finish this game up?
Yeah, I mean, just like you said, let's drive it to Hessert's backhand. Let's make her move a little bit, and let's just be not cautious isn't the right word, but let's just not hit any balls out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Keep the ball in play, make her move, and move on to game 2 here, because she is up 10-7 here in game number 1 of this semifinal match. Winner moves on to the winner bracket final, where Paris Todd is awaiting.
10 seconds.
And good ball there from Georgia Johnson as she ends game number 1, 11-7 here in this semifinal. We'll see if Hessert can regroup, maybe start to push off a little more on that back leg, see if she's a little more comfortable. But we're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, game 2 here on Championship Court in Grand Rapids, Michigan at the 2022 Beer City Open.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
If you run, if you spin, if you jump, walk, hit, climb, hustle, or just move, you bounce. Bounce 50% less with SheFit. We got you, because we are you. SheFit.
Back here at Belknap Park, the site of the 2022 Beer City Open in Grand Rapids, Michigan. What a nice flyover there, giving you a bird's eye view of all the courts here at Belknap Park. We're back here on Championship Court. Georgia Johnson and Jenna Hessert battling here. Hessert ended up having to take a medical timeout in game number 1. She came back a little stiff, a little tentative. Johnson pulled away and won 11-7. We'll see if Hessert has an answer here in game number 2. Yeah, and there it is, Suzanne, exactly what we were talking about, what Johnson needs to do. Work sideline to sideline, keep that ball in.
Yep, but keep some of that pressure on that backhand, because that's where Hessert is definitely struggling.
1-0. Side out. Zero, 1.
All right, I even though that ball's out, I love that Hessert right there actually went for that.
Right.
She pushed off on that. It looked good. She just went a little long.
Yep. And one thing I like seeing is Hessert definitely seems to be a fighter. She's not giving up.
No.
2-0.
Oh, you hear a little Jenna Michelle as Hessert is not happy with herself on that ball.
Right. Those were a couple of shots she had in the first match when she was hitting that slightly deeper drop cross court with her forehand. So that is a shot she definitely doesn't miss often.
Side out.
I like it there from Johnson, though. She's continuing to put on that pressure, trying to keep that ball nice and deep. That's just a great two-handed volley right there from Georgia Johnson.
3-0. Point.
And Johnson's got one of the best serves in the women's games. Right there, she adds a little bit of spin to it.
4-0. Point.
And Timeout here from Hessert as Johnson out to a commanding early, quick 5-0 lead in game 2. It's tough right now, Susanna, because if you're on that side with Hessert, it's a physical thing right now.
Right.
And it's tough to see because you never want to see that, especially with the run that Hessert has made up to this point, taking out 2 very good players earlier.
Very good players.
And then moving on to this position.
And the fact that they were 6'5" when this injury happened. So, I mean, she was right in there against, you know, one of the other great women's singles players out here right now.
And a matchup on a court right next to us. On the bottom half, I dare say, Mary Brasha taking on Lauren Stratman on the bottom half. You really wouldn't hear that very often. That would almost be a semifinal match. And Johnson continues to rattle off point after point here. She is up 6-0 in game number 2. Just too good from the youngster, the 15-year-old Georgia Johnson.
Yeah, and at this stage, one of the things I like seeing Georgia doing is she's kind of conserving her energy because she knows, you know, assuming this match continues this way, that she's got a really tough next match against Paris Todd.
That's going to be a fun one to watch. We'll see if we get that one here on championship court. I imagine we would.
Yeah.
Yeah, just Hessert not able to push off that back leg.
9-0.
Oh.
Johnson misses that two-handed backhand.
But that was a nice effort from Hessert. She, you know, did force herself to really get to that ball and hit some good shots.
0-9.
She's on the board. See what she can do to battle her way back into this. It's an uphill battle, but one I think that if anyone can do it right now, it's Hessert with that forehand.
Shot.
Yeah, we saw that earlier in that matchup that we watched her against Lauren Stratman. Just out of the reach, cross-court forehand there from Hessert, and she puts a crooked number up on the board. I love it. Hessert, I mean, there's no hesitation. She's still coming in trying to play her game right now. But a good shot there from Johnson.
9-2.
A little wide, and that will give Georgia Johnson a match point here to try and move on to the winner bracket final against Paris Todd. And a great effort here from Jenna Hessert, but just they can't overcome the injury at 6'5" in game number 1. Georgia Johnson will move on 11-7, 11-2, and face Paris Todd in the Women's Pro Singles winner bracket final here at the 2022 Beer City Open. We'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, I'll have Georgia Johnson here on championship court and get her thoughts about this match and the matchup against Paris Todd. Don't go anywhere. The 2022 Beer City Open, presented by AHC Hospitality, is brought to you by Pepsi, McClure's Pickles, Elders Helpers, Paddle Tech, BLQK Coffee, Revlin Sports, Priority Health, Wilson Pickleball, and ilovepickles.org.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Revlin Sports, where a passion for pickleball, performance on the court, and the preservation of our planet come together. We designed our paddles with a Terra Grit surface texture to maximize spin, ergonomic octagonal grip, and a BioFlex face that is stronger than fiberglass, offering better vibration dampening than carbon fiber. It's a paddle you can be proud of. We created the first ever sustainable high-performance paddle, made 100% in the USA. That's what we're made of. What are you made of?
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
You fired up the grill for 1 hot dog? Seriously?
Hot dogs, better with Pepsi.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
All right, I am back here on championship court with Georgia Johnson after her victory over Jenna Hessert. Georgia, playing against someone you haven't played against, really, what is your game plan going in against Jenna?
Well, I have played her one other time, but, you know, I just wanted to go and try my best. We'll see what happens and change up my strategy as we go along, depending on what's working and what's not.
6-5 game one. Jenna pulls up, cramping her leg, 15-minute timeout. You're up 6-5. It's a good match at that point. What are you thinking mentally coming back in to try and keep that pressure on?
Well, I was definitely trying to keep hydrated and stayed in the shade during that time. But I was just thinking, you know, got to keep my legs moving because I have been sitting for a little bit, and I think it pulled through. So.
Now moving on, winners bracket final, you draw Paris Todd. What are you thinking going into that match? Paris playing very well today. You obviously are too. What's the strategy against Paris?
You know, just try to play my game as best I can, and whatever happens, happens. And yeah.
All right, well, thank you, Georgia. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, men's pro singles here on Championship Court. Don't go anywhere.
Priorities shift from chasing time to chasing sunsets, from family trips to backyard adventures. And as life happens, shifts and surprises are sure to follow. At Priority Health, we'll always be ready to shift with you, from a member number to a first name basis, from complicated policies to ones written by humans. Because your priorities have shifted, maybe it's time your health insurance did too.
When it comes to sports bras and activewear, it's not enough to just do it. You have to just do it right. That's why She Fit's perfectly fitting gear embraces and supports women's bodies. Made for ins and outs, ups and downs, starts and stops, and everything in between. We got you. Because we are you. She Fit.
I've been on the road, out here with the squad. Everybody trying to go, yeah, the party jumping off. Hey, we putting on a show, trying to catch a vibe. We do this every time, like, na 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 na. This is where I wanna be, na na na. Never ever gonna leave, na na na. You ain't gonna get it from me, like, na 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 na.
McClure's pickles are the official pickles of the kitchen.
Well, duh. We belong in the kitchen.
Totally. Just now it's official.
That's what I'm officially saying.
Pickles and pickleball. They fit so well it's gotta be official by now.
Oh, sorry, I thought that unofficial was gonna pop back up again.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Grand Rapids, Michigan, site of the 2022 Beer City Open, part of the USA Pickleball National Championship Series. Men's pro singles here on championship court. Second round matchup about to take place. We got a good one. Zane Navratil taking on Ryler DeHart. Now, Zane Navratil, been around the game a while, Susanna. A lot of people know who Zane is. But Ryler DeHart, a newcomer to the pro pickleball scene over the last year or so. Very high-level tennis background. A lot of people talk about Ryler playing professional tennis. One of his biggest matches that I've mentioned before, he got to play first round U.S. Open against Rafa Nadal back years ago. There's some grainy footage of it, but I have seen it, and I know Ryler went down, I believe it was 4-2-1 to Rafa Nadal in the first round of the U.S. Open. But hey, he was on championship court there at Arthur Ashe playing against Rafa Nadal. But he is a very high-level pickleball player now. Him and his wife, Megan Fudge, play together. We got to play against them yesterday, some rec games.
Yes.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Ryler does love singles, though. It is his tennis background that brings him here. But he's got a daunting task with Zane Navratil, one of the best singles players in the game, on the other side of the net. Now what will you see? Let's start with Zane Navratil. What's his game plan going to be here, Susanna?
I mean, his game plan is definitely a big serve, big return, really nice ground strokes, but he's going to be getting up to that kitchen line, trying to play some cat and mouse. And there it is. There's a great inside out. One thing right off the bat, you know, Ryler DeHart is a lefty, but you'll notice that Zane is going to Ryler's forehand right off the bat here. And there's probably a reason for that.
Yes. Navratil serve coming into play right there. He does still have that spin serve, gets a lot of action on it, and that's going to be the difference maker here, I believe, early on, is DeHart figuring it out. When Navratil gets something he is looking for right there off of that spin serve, it's a short return. He just overhits that third. Nice change of pace there from DeHart, Susanna.
That was a great shot. He had a lot of top spin on that ball.
He almost half swung it, right?
Yeah.
Like chipped at it. Very nice ball there from Ryler DeHart. Oh, Navratil gets a little love off the top of the tape there.
That wasn't just a little love. That ball was halfway down the net and it rolled up over.
Oh, it does. Look at that. Great shot there from our production crew, Boxcar Productions, giving you the best in the business there. And nice swinging forehand there from DeHart. And on the flip side here, Susanna, what are you going to see from Ryler DeHart? What's going to be the difference maker for him?
I mean, to be honest, I haven't been able to see him play singles too much, but I do like when he's getting up to this kitchen line. He's got a big reach. And I think he's going to have to try to not let Zane dictate the pace of the match too much.
And kind of what I'll be looking for out of Ryler DeHart is that big forehand. Has one of the biggest forehands out there. His tennis background comes into play when you're talking about that forehand. Hits very hard and controls it and shapes it really well too. Not a ball you're going to see him miss very often right there.
Yeah, sometimes it just takes a minute to adjust to the amount of spin that your opponent is getting on those drives.
3-1. DeHart trying to go to the forehand of Navratil on a drop shot there. Comes up a little short. Wind is in DeHart's face just a little bit. 4-1. DeHart again, two balls that he's not going to miss very often that he does. One on the forehand and now one on the backhand. Navratil takes a 5-1 lead here in game number 1.
Would like to see a timeout coming up here. We'll see.
6-1. A couple mistakes here from DeHart on the return of serve. And no timeout here still from DeHart. He's going to try and weather this storm.
Oh.
And the ace from Navratil. And I almost think it's almost, Navratil's almost better when he gets himself off balance on some of those.
Oh yeah, he totally was reaching for that ball on his serve.
Yep.
And that just added just that little extra quirk to the serve.
Still no timeout. DeHart just trying to fight through this 9-1 in game number 1. 9-1. That's all DeHart needs to do right there. He needs to head, and I say that's all he needs to do, right? It starts with the return of serve. He's got to have a good deep return of serve right there. And if he can do that and get to the net, he is in control. Navratil dots that back line right there. I like the decision there from Navratil, trying to get that ball in the air right there. And he's literally trying to go right back at the body of DeHart.
1-9.
And there's that forehand you were talking about. Great placement.
And it's not 100%. He hit that about 75, 80%. Put some good shape on it. Ball's dipping as it gets to the net. Navratil has to hit up on that.
I think that's one of the things that is sometimes it's hard to see, you know, through the live stream. It's just the amount of dip that these balls get. So sometimes when someone misses a volley, you're like, why did you miss that volley? What you're not seeing is how much that ball is dipping before it gets to them.
That's about 2 centimeters from being an absolute perfect forehand there from DeHart again.
I mean, I could see DeHart at this stage saying, why bother? Just go for it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. 9-3 in game number 1. Trying to create some momentum here for game 2. Almost gets that drop right there, but off the tape again. Nice finish there from Zane Navratil as he will take game number 1, 11-3 here in this second round matchup in men's pro singles. We'll see what answers DeHart has here in game number 2. We'll take a quick commercial break and be back here on Championship Court in Grand Rapids, Michigan at the 2022 Beer City Open.
Hiya, my name is Stacy Townsend, and let's learn to play better pickleball with Pickler and USA Pickleball. Learn to play better pickleball for free with Pickler and USA Pickleball.
Brewing is both traditional and dynamic. That's the idea behind 5910 IPA. A classic IPA with a modern twist. And the name, 5910, is a nod to where brewing magic happens. Cheers to 5910, home of liquid craftsmanship.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Game number 2 here in this second round matchup, men's pro singles here at the 2022 Beer City Open, part of the USA Pickleball National Championship Series. Zane Navratil taking game 1, 11-3 over Ryler DeHart. We'll see what kind of answers DeHart has here in game number 2. It seemed like, Susanna, the serve of Navratil was on point in game 1.
Not just his serve, also his drive right there. Yeah, Navratil's feeling it. When his serve is on, it's tough to deal with.
That's just a good ball there from Navratil. And I like where DeHart's going with that ball, but it ends up being just a little too short. So the angle for Navratil is better because it's shorter, and he's able to hit that ball cross court.
2-0.
And you kind of lean back again right there because
Ryler DeHart had what he wanted.
Right. He hit a good return, nice and deep. He floated it too, and I don't mind that too because then Navratil has to create all that power. Navratil not happy with himself on that lob from the baseline.
Yeah, I don't think Ryler DeHart would be a person I would lob too often.
0-3.
That's a good ball right there, and that's what DeHart's looking for right there. And again, we talked about it. He hit that about 70%, right? Creates some shape on that ball, hits that ball down the line. He can control a ball as good as anybody.
1-3.
And there it is again.
Yeah. And that's a tough ball. DeHart got caught. That ball's at his feet, right? And he's still able to control that so well. And that's what people talk about, like, oh, well, he's new. How is he so good? He's been playing tennis since he's out of the womb. So, I mean, that plays into it, his racket skills. Right on cue. I say that. And hits the ball up.
You know, I was actually expecting him to go for that exact same cross-court shot that he just hit 2 winners on, and he decided instead to try to go down the line. And he might have actually been thinking about it as he was hitting. Which one do I want to hit?
That's a good ball there from DeHart on the return. That's what he needs to do, Susanna.
Yeah, it seems like when he is cutting his return, he's handling the serve a little better. Like you said, he's lifting it. But again, that's not bad because it's slowing the pace down a little bit, allowing him to approach up to the kitchen.
So looking at our next matchup here on Championship Court, going to be a good one. Federico Staksrud will be taking on Gabriel Joseph here on Championship Court after this one. Do not want to miss that. As we get later in the day here, more and more people starting to file into Championship Court here. Not wanting to miss these incredible singles matches.
Yeah, we have quite the draw of single players at this tournament. It's exciting. So many new players coming in, but so many high-level veterans.
A good mix of both.
Yep.
3-3.
And nice inside out there from Navratil. Is again, it's the return here. You see, it's a short return right in the transition area. Navratil able to dictate what he wants to do right there.
And that was unfortunate because DeHart did hit a great return, but Navratil was able to hit the tape.
Navratil almost able to get that last one back over, but DeHart doing a great job of controlling the kitchen line.
3-5.
Like a little bit of a miss hit there.
All right, DeHart not happy with himself. I think he's saying, why did I go back cross court there? Ball was, he's full extension to that side. Very tough to get that ball back over. Maybe go flat down that line, keep that ball in play. Tough to reach out and try and pull that back.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, great work there from DeHart up at the kitchen line. Couple balls that very tough volleys, but then just overhits that last one. Just distraught right there. Can't believe, because that was probably the easiest one he had.
Right, he had it wide open, and he only missed it by, an inch.
6-3.
And DeHart figuring out the serve a little more in this second game, doing a great job with his returns. But now he's got to answer on the serve. He's not answering as much. He's got to score here.
Oh, and again, he missed by just an inch. He had what he wanted, but Navratil does such a great job of really approaching up to that kitchen line and putting a lot of pressure. You got to hit the perfect shot to get past him.
6-3.
Just wide on that volley from DeHart. Navratil takes another commanding 4-point lead here, up 7-3 in game number 2.
And again, we haven't seen a timeout yet.
7-3.
Oh, no timeouts from either side in game 1 or game 2 here. That's a great backhand volley there from DeHart. He was full extension on that drive from Navratil. As you see Megan Fudge and
their
kids talking with Lee Whitwell. Megan Fudge, Ryler DeHart's wife. And that's a good inside-out forehand there from Ryler DeHart. And again, it's a short return from Navratil. Return so key in singles.
4-8.
Wow, Navratil, you see his face after that. He was almost shocked he hit this shot. I mean, that's just perfection.
Because that was the right shot for DeHart. He's gotten a few points off of that cross-court angle.
Another long return there from DeHart.
Oh, that was a great point.
Good point from both players here, but it's tough. The last thing I do think that Ryler DeHart wants to do is get in a cat-mouse game with Zane Navratil. He's one of the best.
Yep. But he did. I mean, and he was hanging in there. A little bit more experience in that game.
Yep.
Will definitely help him go further in these draws.
It is a match point here for Navratil. And DeHart fights off one. Let's see if he can answer here and get a few together and get back in this second game.
4-10.
A little long on that serve from DeHart will give Navratil a second match point. Winner of this gets Ryan Sherry in the third round. And another return of serve long from DeHart will do it, and Zane Navratil will move on to face Ryan Sherry in the third round. 11-3, 11-4 against Ryler DeHart. We'll take a quick commercial break here on Championship Court and have an interview up next with Zane Navratil, see his thoughts on this match and facing Ryan Sherry in the third round. Don't go anywhere.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Elders, helpers, and engaged pickleball love the fun we have and the friends we make playing and teaching this great game of pickleball. We proudly sponsor the Beer City Open, an APP event in Grand Rapids, Michigan. We welcome all participants and spectators. At Elders Helpers, we say, live on your own with a helper in your home.
Priority shift from rush hours to slow breakfasts. From busy schedules to scheduled downtime. And as life happens, shifts and surprises are sure to follow. At Priority Health, we'll always be ready to shift with you, from complicated policies to ones written by humans. From a plan for 1 to a plan for 3. Because your priorities have shifted, maybe it's time your health insurance did too.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
Brewing is both traditional and dynamic. That's the idea behind 5910 IPA, a classic IPA with a modern twist. And the name, 5910, is a nod to where brewing magic happens. Cheers to 5910, home of liquid craftsmanship.
Welcome back to Championship Court. I'm with Zane Navratil after his second round victory over Ryler DeHart. Zane, going in against Ryler, big forehand, what are you looking for strategy-wise against that?
I think a lot of times players have a really dominant stroke. They're not expecting you to kind of go at it. And so when I play players that have a big forehand or a big backhand, a lot of times early in the match I'll sort of target that. Because a lot of times these players want to step around and go with that inside-out shot, and so if you keep them honest early, then it opens up that backhand at a later date. So, yeah, I knew I had to hit quality returns, whichever corner I hit to, and fortunately I did just enough.
Had the serve dialed in early today. It seems to be working well right now. You caused some short returns. Is that what you're looking for against Ryan Sherry coming up next in the third round?
Yeah, definitely. I was trying to dial my serve back a little bit because Mark Pfeiffer is over here somewhere watching, and he's a chairman of the rules committee. So if I served too big, I think he might cancel it again. But that's it.
I absolutely love it, Zane. Mark is hovering around here somewhere. I did see him, but congratulations, Zane. Moving on to third round against Ryan Sherry. What are you looking for, though, in that matchup?
I'm just going to play my game, try and generate some more short returns. Yeah, keep the Share Bear from doing his thing. Yeah, let's see. If he gets into 5+ shirts, that's a bad thing for me. So if we keep it short and not grindy, I like my chances. So.
All right, congratulations, Zane. Don't go anywhere. We got another men's pro singles match coming up here on Championship Court. Gabriel Joseph taking on Federico Staksrud. Don't go anywhere.
You fired up the grill for one hot dog? Seriously?
Hot dogs, better with Pepsi.
If you run, if you spin, if you jump, walk, hit, climb, hustle, or just move, you bounce. Bounce 50% less with SheFit. We got you, because we are you. SheFit.
Revlon Sports, where a passion for pickleball, performance on the court, and the preservation of our planet come together. We designed our paddles with a TerraGrit surface texture to maximize spin, ergonomic octagonal grip, and a BioFlex face that is stronger than fiberglass, offering better vibration dampening than carbon fiber. It's a paddle you can be proud of. We created the first ever sustainable high-performance paddle, made 100% in the USA. That's what we are made of. What are you made of?
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
I've been on the road, out here with the squad. Everybody trying to go, yeah, the party jumping off. And we putting on a show, trying to catch a vibe. We do this every time, like, na 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 na. This is where I wanna be, na na na. Never ever gonna leave, na na na. You ain't gonna get it from me, I'm like, na 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 na.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
Hiya, my name is Stacy Townsend, and let's learn to play better pickleball with Pickler and USA Pickleball. Learn to play better pickleball for free with Pickler and USA Pickleball.
Both tennis superstars, both studs in the game, hoping to prove themselves today.
There it is, downtown Grand Rapids, Michigan, on the river. We are here
I will dig
For
deep.
the 2022 Beer City Open, part of the USA Pickleball National Championship Series. You see a great flyover of the park here. We are here on Championship Court. Dominic Catalano. Alongside me is Susanna Barr. The net lord herself has blessed us with her presence during Singles Day. She'll be busy on the courts tomorrow with partner Austin Gridley, and later on in the weekend on Saturday with Paris Todd,
yes,
who is sitting in the winner's bracket final of the women's side. So we're about to get underway here. Federico Staksrud and Gabriel Joseph. And this is going to be a fun one to watch.
Right, I was just thinking this looks like the opposite of what we just saw. Right away, both players getting up to that kitchen line, getting into the cat and mouse game.
1-0. Great jump there to sideline by Gabriel Joseph. And I absolutely love watching Gabriel Joseph play pickleball. Very high energy, very enthusiastic, no one harder on himself than himself.
Yeah, I do. I agree. I remember the first time I saw him, SoCal Classic 2019, and I was like, who is that? He is entertaining to watch. He's athletic. He hit some great shots.
And Federico Staksrud stays out of the kitchen. Oh, he's leaning on that front foot. Watch him come here and finish this last one, and just stays out of that kitchen. Oh, and looked like Joseph was out ahead of that a little bit. He thought it was going to be a little harder.
Yeah.
3-0 lead here for Staksrud early. Nothing Joseph can do on that one, and I think he's going to take a timeout here, down 4-0. This is totally the opposite direction as the last match we watched with DeHart and Navratil. No timeouts and a lot of ground strokes from the baseline. These two players coming into the net early and often, and now an early timeout here from Gabriel Joseph.
And Staksrud's a newer player on the scene as well, but he's had a lot of success. Again, I'm not super familiar with his game, so I was curious to see if he'd be out there, hitting those ground strokes. But it actually looks like he's really embraced the technical side and the placement side of pickleball.
Yeah, and he's playing against a veteran. Gabriel Joseph, been around a while, is a singles specialist. He'll be the first to say loves playing singles. It is his favorite to play. He is here this weekend for less than 24 hours, just in town to play singles.
Wow.
He's leaving tonight. I had a nice discussion with him earlier. So I know he's looking to elongate this, but he's down 4-0 here early in game one. Just wide.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see the replay on that one.
Yeah, we have the thing there, like the camera is in the line.
Yeah, it was just wide.
Just wide. So ball just wide. So they're trying to find a TV screen over here and see if they can see that, but ball was out. It's a good call from Joseph. Ball just long there from Joseph on the return of serve.
Yeah, we just need to see Joseph settle down a little bit, find his rhythm.
That's good ball right there. Good control from Joseph, able to get that ball out of the air and volley that last one. He's got to get on the board here, though. A couple times now on that two-hander has been off the top of the tape. Oh, that's great.
Oh, there we go.
Whoa, and a great get there from Gabriel Joseph. Just watch this net cord and then completely goes cross court. Staxrud almost able to get up and over.
And there's the point he needed. Get on the board there. See if he can put a few more together.
1-5.
Cool. That was an interesting choice. I would have loved to have seen Joseph go up and volley that ball.
Yeah.
He had plenty of time. His momentum could have moved him forward, but he decided to let it bounce and ended up hitting it in the net.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I would love to see him take that ball out of the air and not let Staxrud set his feet.
All right, he just hit his head pretty hard. I think that would hurt.
There it is right there. 2, 3, 4.
You sit on that chair. You sit on that chair.
So the call, I believe, is that Staxrud served a little early.
Yep.
She had not finished, our referee had not finished saying the score.
Wouldn't mind seeing another timeout at this stage. He only gets 2, but
I think that ball actually shocked Joseph a little, as it was a very short serve there from Staxrud.
yeah, he's missed 2 of those.
That's good return there right off the bat from Joseph.
Right, and I do think, you know, one of Joseph's best shots is his two-handed backhand volley. So if he can get up there and utilize that shot, he's going to find some success.
1-7.
Oh, nothing Joseph could do right there. Again, Staxrud's gotten like 3 of those already. Joseph did get to 1 of them, but
7-1.
that's good ball there from Joseph, controlling that kitchen line again.
Now let's see if he can put anything together on his serve.
1-7.
And Joseph laughing right now as he comes back to the baseline. He's hit, I mean, gosh, 4 balls off the tape. Oh. That ball may have been going well out, but Joseph playing that.
He's putting it away. Honestly, there's a little bit of wind. It is humid, so sometimes it's a little hard to judge if those balls are really going to go out or not.
Joseph finally gets that crooked number on the board, trying to fire himself up over here. Trying to tell himself to wake up.
Yeah, that's a dangerous shot.
I mean, talk about that drop right there, Susanna. Beautiful.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a perfect setup. He hit the drop, he followed it in, and then he had that two-handed volley that he wanted. But the one thing we need to see from Joseph is just a few more balls over the net. We've just had a few too many in the net.
It's a novel concept, Susanna.
You know he can do it. Oh.
Oh, and Joseph does not put away that last ball, and he basically hits Staxrud's paddle here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He could have gone anywhere else with that. It would have been a winner, but it went right to the paddle of Staxrud.
And nice job for Staxrud keeping that ball in.
Yeah, come on.
Great volley there from Staxrud. Watch him close this ground as he comes in. Beautiful 2-step right there, and able to get that last backhand out of the air. A good leave there from Joseph. Nice paddle toss right to himself.
Definitely seeing a little bit of frustration from Joseph.
See, and that's where I'd like to see Joseph go a little more, is to the backhand of Staxford. Don't allow him to come and hit that forehand. Make him hit a winner against you with the backhand. That is great control there from Joseph. He gets to this backhand winner in plenty of time. How easy is it to miss this ball, Susanna?
It is so easy. I mean, he's already ran back and forth 4 or 5 different times. Oh. There we go. We're seeing a little, he's starting to cut down on his errors a little bit.
And look at, he's got some bounce in his step as he's rushing back to the service line, and a great time out there from Staxford as he senses Joseph feeling that kind of momentum. And who's over there in the corner, Susanna, with Gabriel Joseph?
Now we got
Is that a little Scott Crandall?
Senior pro and also a qualified pickleball coach.
And so
they're in the same area there, Southern California.
You see it a lot, you know, the players sticking together. And so as we come back in from this timeout, what are you feeling Staxford needs to do? First, he did take the timeout. Great stop of momentum. Now what's he need to do after this timeout?
Well, I mean, I think he just needs to keep with the same game plan he has. And, you know, just try to put a little bit more pressure back onto Joseph, try to get Joseph to start making a few more errors again. And he still has a good lead, but he just has to potentially even slow it down a little bit.
What a point there from Gabriel Joseph, controlling that kitchen line the whole time and getting this forehand winner. Now within 3, creeping back in here. He was down 9-3.
I mean, he had the shot he wanted. That serve was a huge serve. And set up the third shot that he wanted. Just missed it a little long.
Little wide there, cross court from Joseph. Will give Federico Staxford game point here in game number 1. There it is. That's where Gabriel Joseph wants to go. And on the flip side, Staxford, he just wants to get out of that cat and mouse. He wants to go big winners here.
Yeah, it was a little bit too big on game point. Oh.
That deja vu right there. He hit the same spot, just missing that back baseline.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand Joseph's frustration because those are shots he usually hits. You know, he's frustrated with himself right now, but he needs to not let that get in his head too much.
Joseph flying through the air right there. Lets this ball go. Oh, and he gets one back off the tape as he gives a little fist pump over there to Scott Crandall.
I mean, it is about, what, 4-1
for
some net cord winners, so.
Little over shoots that serve. Be game point number 2 here for Staxford.
And that's the one thing I don't like that Staxford is doing right now is he's really trying to finish this game and almost over-hitting it instead of being strategic in his placement.
And Joseph just creeping back in here. He will not go away.
And when you're within 2, that's a game.
So I like the drop. Again, Joseph changing it up, going to the drop shot on the backhand side of Staxrud, but game point number 3 for Staxrud, and he goes just long there. Susanna, he got what he's looking for.
He's just overhitting. I mean, he knows he needs to finish this game, but he needs to just be a little patient and a little bit controlled in the shots he's hitting.
Number 4 for Staxrud. And he finally gets it on number 4, but a great momentum shift for Gabriel Joseph leading into game number 2. But Federico Staxrud does finish it. He had the big lead, finishes that game number 1, 11-8. We'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, game number 2 here in this men's pro singles matchup here on Championship Court. Don't go anywhere.
McClure's pickles are the official pickles of the kitchen.
Well, duh. We belong in the kitchen.
Totally. Just now it's official.
That's what I'm officially saying.
Pickles and pickleball. They fit so well it's gotta be official by now.
Oh, sorry, I thought that unofficial was gonna pop back up again.
When it comes to sports bras and activewear, it's not enough to just do it. You have to just do it right. That's why She Fit's perfectly fitting gear embraces and supports women's bodies. Made for ins and outs, ups and downs, starts and stops, and everything in between. We got you. Because we are you. She Fit.
Game number 2, Gabriel Joseph to serve here to Federico Staxrud. Staxrud taking game 1, 11-8. Here on Championship Court, it is a quarterfinal matchup here in the men's pro singles draw. Joseph talking to himself early here in game number 2. That's a good return there from Joseph.
Yeah, there is a little bit of wind, so I mean, as they switch sides, they both got to make a quick adjustment to the shift in the wind.
That's a good ball there from Joseph. That point had disaster written all over it from the return. Staxrud mishits it, but ends up being a perfect return. Joseph has all the time in the world, which sometimes could be an issue.
Oh.
And it's a big swinging forehand from Staxrud.
Yeah, that was not coming back.
All tied here at 1 early in game number 2. Joseph trying to force a third game. Great point construction there from Federico Staxrud. comes in and plays the little soft game nicely.
Yeah, I mean, I've been very impressed with his soft game. He's doesn't seem to be struggling at all when he gets up there and slows it down and places it.
Good control of the kitchen line from Joseph from the jump on that point. And he's back at the baseline, telling himself to focus again here. Once he did in game number 1, he settled in, played nicely, made a nice run there at the end. Wow, I mean, those are some great balls from both players throughout that whole point. Watch this. Beautiful winner cross court there.
Yeah, that was a great shot. I mean, easily could have gone out, but it stayed in. Oh, nice get off the net there by Staksrud, keeping it controlled.
A good adjustment. You could easily overhit this because you're thinking pace and you're thinking quick, and then all of a sudden that ball clips the tape, pops up, and now your mentality has to change of, okay, I have time now. Just love what both of these players can do up at the kitchen line with their volleys. They don't just block, right? They're swinging through these and putting something on it.
Right, and they're placing that ball. Now both players are very aware of where their opponents are on the court.
Missed opportunity there from Staksrud as a very short return from Joseph. So a replay of the point?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Not sure
what the
I
ref
got
saw.
what the reason for it was. I know Joseph not happy with it because he did get a point. So doesn't get that one, and we are still tied here at 2.
A smart choice for him to take a timeout right then. He's frustrated by having to replay that point.
Yeah, great timeout at 2-2. Does not want to let this get too far away and get too frustrated.
I mean, sometimes you know, it can be worse when there's something outside of your control, like whatever happened with that point can really get in your head, and you gotta just try to shake that off.
Yeah, so Joseph going over, grabbing a water, actually dousing his head with it, as it is a very warm day out here. We're seeing these players very hot, very sweaty, drinking a lot of water, a lot of hydration today is going to be a key to last in this draw, as this draw for men's pro singles is very large today. And we are only in the quarterfinals, as both of these gentlemen have played one match, as Staksrud moved on 0-3 against Grant Bond, and Joseph had a 3-gamer against Anton Goods, 9-11, 11-5, 11-4. That's good volley there out of the air from. Volley out of the air is an oxymoron, right? It's the same thing. So Joseph volleys that ball on the forehand side beautifully and puts it at the feet of Staksrud. So good timeout.
Oh.
What?
Wow.
I mean, just what court coverage from Gabriel Joseph throughout this point.
And how low his drives were, just relentless.
Nice ball down the line there from Joseph.
Yeah, so I like this Joseph that we're seeing right now. Seems like he's in a lot more control.
And what you're seeing too, like on that, not that point, the point before when he hit that ball and he grinded his way through that, a lot of times you see a lot of energy out of him. I think he's conserving it right now. He's being very smart and understanding he can't get too high, too low here.
Oh.
Almost gets to that, right? But like we're saying, you can't get too high, too low. It's very hot. You do not want to exude a lot of energy on a lot of come-ons and let's goes, and it takes a lot out of you.
Yeah, and even just overhitting shots when you are maybe exerting too much energy right now. And so this controlled play, he's actually finding a lot more success.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it in the women's match when, Georgia Johnson, playing against Hester and was, in that last game, almost conserving some energy, knowing it's hot, knowing she's going to have to battle Paris Todd. And that will be our next matchup here on Championship Court. Georgia Johnson taking on Paris Todd in the Women's Pro Singles Winter Bracket Final. That's going to be a fun one. Wow, Federico Staxer just controlling that kitchen. And what he's doing so much better this second game is he's taking care of business on that backhand side when Joseph drops there now. He's actually putting some pressure on that drop and pushing back when Joseph gets it there.
Right, and then the next ball that Joseph's hitting is just high enough that Staxer is able to put it away.
So Joseph asking how many timeouts he has left. I think he wants to possibly buy some more, but he's already used one, so he has one left.
That's his shot.
Yeah, you're
right
exactly.
there.
We were both about to say it, but yes, exactly. That's his shot, and it was a great 1-2 combo. He went forehand, backhand.
I mean, his backhand is on now. He's just getting the balls over the net, which is what he was missing in that first game.
What a forehand volley there from Staxrud, completely extending Joseph. Great job by Federico right there. And a big hold. He did not want to go down 6-3 right there. Holds and now trying to get back within one. Just long right there on the return from Joseph. Hard to see from our angle.
Yeah, but we're on the end line, and it
Yeah.
did look like it was out. Oh.
It's so easy to miss that right there.
It's easy to miss that, but it was the shot before.
And ball, beautiful. Look at his
Joseph
work.
was able to grab.
Work
And
from
there it is.
Boxcar and
Yep.
looked like it was on the line, but tough balls. And again, you can never fault a player for a ball that close.
Nice volley. Way to go behind.
And good adjustment. Again, it was the ball off the tape. So Joseph hits the tape on that one and thought he was going to have a winner. Doesn't. Staxrud right back in it. And now within one. I don't mind that from Staxrud as he took that one out of the air, volleys that to try and get ahead. But Joseph, great recovery.
We got a timeout called here.
And Joseph called that timeout. miscalled that. It said receiver, but it's actually the server. So Joseph taking his final timeout here. He took the first one at 2-2, which I believe was a good one because it was off that point. He was frustrated.
Yes.
Good timeout. Now he's taking this offensive one as Staxford gets right back in this. What do you think of this timeout? I like it.
I mean, he obviously was curious about taking a timeout earlier. He asked how many he had left. I'm wondering if he's feeling the heat some.
And you've got a shot right there. The boss lady here at Beer City Open, Andrea Coop, not playing singles today. Sometimes she will, but she doesn't. Same with you. Sometimes you will, but you and her both chose not to this weekend.
That's true.
Andrea's got a lot on her plate with running the tournament, so she is here in full force supporting everything today and does a great job putting this event on. And it has become an event in itself, the Beer City Open. They do such a good job here. It's such a good time up here. This is your first time. Been here for 24 hours or so. How you liking it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great tournament. The atmosphere is lively. It's fun. Lots of great vendors. Yeah, and Andrea's just done a great job of making sure everyone's really comfortable.
Oh, and Joseph sails that serve right off the timeout. Wow, that two-handed volley.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
That's the shot I would avoid if I was Staxford.
Again, talking about Beer City Open's first year with this actual stadium court that they've put in since last year. First year of this, and it's phenomenal.
What a great point.
I mean, first and foremost, Joseph getting to most of these balls, right?
Yes.
And then Staxford controlling the kitchen line, though.
Yes.
Joseph gets a ball up that he
Joseph
wanted.
had it. I mean, it was that drop shot that he hit. You know, Joseph was hitting a bunch of drives, and then he hits this great drop shot, got the higher ball, but then he just missed that volley.
Oh, and Staxford doubles up on the backhand side of Joseph. I don't think Joseph was expecting that at that moment. And Staxford has battled back from 5-2 down to tie this up here at 5 in game 2, trying to end this in 2. What a cross court, and almost a bow to Scott Crandall on the sideline by Gabe Joseph here after he hits this clean winner. And thank you, Scott.
Just a little bit long.
Yep, just a little long right there.
Yeah, you talk about, Scott Crandall being on the sideline there, coaching Joseph, and that's definitely something we're seeing more and more of at the pro level is coaches on the sideline. A nice shot. Kind of the next evolution of the game.
Yeah, there's that ball that was out. Good call there from Staxford, but another great point construction and battle there from Federico Staxford to stay in that. Joseph with the miss hit. Staxford 4 unanswered here as he takes a 1-point lead. I like a little timeout here from Staxford as he's like, I have a 1-point lead.
Right.
I hit a miss hit right there. I'm going to take a timeout. I'll regroup. I want to get this side out. But again, another battle here. Joseph battled his way back in game 1 to make it respectable. He was down big, 9-3.
Right.
Ends up coming back and losing 11-8. This one, he goes up 5-2. Now Staxford answers to go up 6-5. What's Scott Crandall over there in the corner telling Gabriel Joseph right now?
I mean, for one thing, he's telling Gabriel Joseph, you're totally in this match, right? It's a 1-point match. But he's also telling him, here's the shots you've been the most successful at, your backhand volley. So trying to continue to get up to that kitchen line. trying to keep Staksrud back and just to keep pressing forward and you know, stay positive. Don't let the heat bother him.
Oh, he gets a little love off the tape. I think he still owed like one, maybe two more from game one off Staksrud.
Yeah, but even with that tape love there, Joseph played a great point. He just kept taking a step forward off every single drive, working his way up to that kitchen line.
All square here at 6 in game number 2. Joseph trying to force a third game. Oh, I did not. Staksrud had a ball up that he didn't do much with right there up at the kitchen line. I think he allowed Joseph to stay in that point.
Oh.
Another overhit on the serve from Joseph. I understand it though, he's going for it, trying to put pressure. And that's on the flip side, a good serve there from Federico as he put some pressure on and tied up at 7. Mishit on the return from Joseph. You heard it off the edge of his paddle. Staksrud has an opportunity to hit a ball that
goes a little wide.
Yeah, he'll usually hit a winner off of. Just long on the return from Staksrud.
That's one of the benefits of, you know, hitting that big serve. You might miss a few, but you also might get some missed returns.
Oh, and that ball drops in. Okay, I think we're even now. I think we're even. I think Joseph and Staksrud are even because Joseph's got about 3 in this game. And he's got a 9-7 lead. Tail of the tape. Oh, and he goes off the inside right shoe of Gabriel Joseph on the around the post here. This bird's eye view. Joseph trying to jump over it, but even if he does, that ball's going to be in.
He's got to hit it.
And Joseph applauding Staksrud right there. A show of respect on that great ball from Federico Staksrud.
Yeah.
All right, and the answer there from Staksrud as he's now within 1 at 8-9.
Oh, and a big serve.
No points exchanged, nothing hurt on the scoreboard, but it is a side out. Just wide there on the drop shot from Joseph. So 8-9 here, Staksrud to serve. That's a good ball there from Staksrud as he volleys that ball out of the air. He catches Joseph a little off guard here. Beautiful ball by Staksrud, all tied up here now at 9.
This is where I'm sure Joseph is wishing he had another timeout.
And a big serve from Staksrud will give him a match point here at 10-9. That is a very good return from Gabriel Joseph in a very big pressure spot.
Yeah, and Staksrud hit the right ball. I mean, that was the shot he needed to hit. He just missed it.
It'll be a match point number 2 here for Federico Staksrud. Let's see what kind of return Joseph can have here. And another good return in a pressure situation from Gabriel Joseph. And this is why these guys are at the level they're at. 10-9 match point, and Joseph hits 2 beautiful returns, fights off 2 match points, and the timeout here from Staxrud. What are you thinking, Susanna, now? Staxrud's taking the timeout. What's he thinking now in this timeout to go and try and combat Gabriel Joseph here?
Yeah, I mean, he capitalized on a few errors that Staxrud was making. We'll look over here at the camera. I'm still new at this. You know, so Joseph got a little bit in his head after a couple of the line calls, and so Staxrud was capitalizing on that. But Joseph has settled back in now, and he just wants to not allow him to get any momentum.
I'm going to look for a big serve here out of Gabriel Joseph. Try and put some pressure on Staxrud, force a short return, so he's able to come up and get a good hard third and put that pressure on. But again, Staxrud, if he holds here again, then it's a match point number 3. We'll see what these guys can do coming out of this timeout. But, I mean, a great matchup so far. We're excited about this. I'd love to see a game 3 selfishly.
Right? Yeah, it's been an exciting match.
Joseph getting a ball that he's been having some success with, but not able to do much with there. And it'll be match point number 3.
It seemed like it was a good timeout. Worked in his Staxrud's favor.
Just can't finish. And we saw this in game 1, Susanna, where Staxrud had game point. It took him 4.
Right.
It's going to take him at least 4 in this one
and
if he gets another one.
He doesn't have quite as much room as he did in that first match.
I mean, that's a matter of centimeters from being a perfect shot, but it will be match point number 4.
Oh, wow, that's a great forehand volley.
Just the pressure situation that Gabriel Joseph is in right now.
Yeah.
Nothing against Staxrud at this moment, but he's fighting off 4 match points.
It doesn't look like it. He's playing pretty confidently. Oh, wow.
Big forehand winner. And we are all tied up here at 10. Game number 2. Oh my goodness,
I think
right
he wants
there.
that one back.
Yes. He will put that ball away 99 out of 100 times. Unfortunately, that was the one time out of 100 that he doesn't.
It's no longer match point.
Nope.
Just a little wide.
But now it is again, and this will be match point number 5 here for Federico Staxrud. Joseph off the tape, unfortunately, right there, and it will end it for him. But Staxrud moving on to the next round here as he wins 11-8, 12-10 in an absolute battle here on championship court. We will take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we have an interview with Federico Staxrud and then the women's pro singles winner bracket final. Georgia Johnson taking on Paris Todd. You do not want to miss that one here in Grand Rapids, Michigan at the 2022 Beer City Open. Joseph not happy with it because he did get a point.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
I've been on the road, out here with the squad. Everybody trying to go, yeah, the party jumping off. And we putting on a show, trying to catch a vibe. We do this every time, like, na 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 na. This is where I wanna be, na na na. Never ever gonna leave, na na na. You ain't gonna get it from me. I'm like, na 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 na.
Revlon Sports, where a passion for pickleball, performance on the court, and the preservation of our planet come together. We designed our paddles with a TerraGrit surface texture to maximize spin, ergonomic octagonal grip, and a BioFlex face that is stronger than fiberglass, offering better vibration dampening than carbon fiber. It's a paddle you can be proud of. We created the first ever sustainable high-performance paddle, made 100% in the USA. That's what we are made of. What are you made of?
McClure's pickles are the official pickles of the kitchen.
Well, duh. We belong in the kitchen.
Totally. Just now it's official.
That's what I'm officially saying.
Pickles and pickleball. They fit so well it's gotta be official by now.
Oh, sorry, I thought that unofficial was gonna pop back up again.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
When it comes to sports bras and activewear, it's not enough to just do it. You have to just do it right. That's why She Fit's perfectly fitting gear embraces and supports women's bodies. Made for ins and outs, ups and downs, starts and stops, and everything in between. We got you. Because we are you. She Fit.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
Priorities shift from chasing time to chasing sunsets, from family trips to backyard adventures. And as life happens, shifts and surprises are sure to follow. At Priority Health, we'll always be ready to shift with you. From a member number to a first name basis. From complicated policies to ones written by humans. Because your priorities have shifted. Maybe it's time your health insurance did too.
Welcome back to Championship Court. I'm with Federico Staksrud after his two-game victory over Gabriel Joseph, 11-8, 12-10. Fed, you had a fairly significant lead in game number one. Gabriel comes back. You finish it. Game two is a lot closer. What was the difference from game one to game two?
I think he started making less unforced errors on game two. He had some good points that motivate him to be a little more positive maybe. And yeah, I think that was the
And then in that game, you had 4 match points before he evened it up at 10-10. What are you thinking every one of those match points that he holds off? How's that pressure feel there?
Yeah, I mean, I think I did play bad one of them. Maybe the other 3, he played good. I mean, he returned well, he came in. So you gotta stay there, keep positive, and then I had another chance, and I took it.
And then with the conditions today, very hot, very humid, how important was it to you to end that in that second game and not force a third?
Yeah, I think it was key to save my 2 timeouts for the end. I think that was super important. And also, yeah, it's getting hot out here, and now we'll see how this goes. Yeah.
All right, well, congratulations, Federico Staksrud, moving on to the next round. Coming up next here on Championship Court, Paris Todd and Georgia Johnson in your women's pro single winner bracket final here at the 2022 Beer City Open. Don't go anywhere.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Elders Helpers and Engage Pickleball love the fun we have and the friends we make playing and teaching this great game of pickleball. We proudly sponsor the Beer City Open, an APP event in Grand Rapids, Michigan. We welcome all participants and spectators. At Elders Helpers, we say, live on your own with a helper in your home.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
Brewing is both traditional and dynamic. That's the idea behind 5910 IPA, a classic IPA with a modern twist. And the name, 5910, is a nod to where brewing magic happens. Cheers to 5910, home of liquid craftsmanship.
Welcome back to Grand Rapids, Michigan. I see that flyover of beautiful downtown Grand Rapids. We are here at Belknap Park for the 2022 Beer City Open. A good one here on tap. Georgia Johnson, your number 2 seed, taking on Paris Todd, your 4 seed. Women's Pro Single winner bracket final. Susanna.
Yes.
Give me your takes on this one. This is going to be a good one.
This one is exciting. We've got two women who've proven themselves this year on the singles side. Paris Todd's known for her backcourt game, for her drives, for her almost tennis-like game. George is going to be much more aggressive coming up to that kitchen line. She's got the reach, she's got the volleys, so it'll be exciting to see these two battle it out.
All right, Paris Todd to start us off here. A little wide there, and Susanna, you are very familiar with both of these players as you play MLP with Georgia Johnson.
Yeah.
You play some doubles with Paris Todd. You'll be playing with her this weekend.
Yes.
So you're all smiles as you see both of your partners in the winner bracket final here.
Exactly. I love seeing my partners be successful.
And big serve there from Paris Todd as she goes into her regular routine. She has the same routine before every serve. She'll turn her back to her opponent, face the fence, regroup, and then come back ready to serve. So you're seeing a little bit here of hesitation from Georgia Johnson, not coming to the kitchen line. And what's the reason behind that? Why?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. You see that hesitation because that is Georgia's game, is to get to that kitchen line. But Paris has an incredible drive and incredible passing shots. So it's a little dangerous.
Right there, just like that. All right, so a quick 4-0 lead here for Paris Todd, as this is not exactly how Georgia Johnson wanted to start this one. That's the right ball down that line from Johnson, but she clips the top of the tape, and it is a commanding 5-0 lead here for Paris Todd.
5-0.
A little wide there on the sideline from Georgia Johnson.
Yeah, I actually thought maybe Todd's serve was a little long, but Johnson is a very generous line caller and didn't call it out.
And a timeout here from the youngster Georgia Johnson as it is all Paris Todd here early in game number 1. Susanna, what do you think that Georgia Johnson needs to do right here to change this momentum away from the side of Paris Todd?
Yeah, one of the things I'd like to see Johnson do is I do want to see her try to get back up to that kitchen line because, Paris just has the ground strokes and Johnson just doesn't have quite the same tennis background. So she needs to play what is more into her strengths. I'd also like to see her slow the ball down again, maybe hit some lob returns or not give Paris quite the pace that she's looking for. Because she feeds off off that pace and off those hard drives.
Yeah, absolutely. Paris Todd will come back in after this timeout, ready to go, trying to add to that 6-0 lead. And Todd just again able to control every aspect of this point and hitting balls wherever she wants right now. Johnson has no answer at the moment.
Right, and Todd's just putting so much topspin on that ball that it does look like it would go out, but it drops in.
A little long there from Todd, and Johnson finally able to slow that down. We'll see if she can answer here. Down by 7, at least get some momentum here. Another good ball there from Todd as she is working both sides of the sideline.
Yeah, there's just a lot of pressure coming off of Todd's paddle right now.
8-0.
Todd just in complete control right there. Beautifully done. Using her length and her athleticism up at the kitchen line to keep Johnson moving sideline to sideline.
9-0.
Oh, that's a great shot.
She's just not missing.
No.
10-0.
That ball just dies, and it is all Paris Todd. 11-0 here in game number 1. Johnson gonna have to figure something out during this timeout and end change. But we'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll have that second game for you here at the 2022 Beer City Open.
Well, duh. We belong in the kitchen. Totally. Just now it's official.
That's what I'm officially saying.
Pickles and pickleball. They fit so well, it's got to be official by now.
Oh, sorry, I thought that unofficial was going to pop back up again.
When it comes to sports bras and activewear, it's not enough to just do it. You have to just do it right. That's why She Fit's perfectly fitting gear embraces and supports women's bodies. Made for ins and outs, ups and downs, starts and stops, and everything in between. We got you. Because we are you. She Fit.
Women's Pro Singles winner bracket final. Paris Todd in complete control of game number 1. 11-0 victory over Georgia Johnson. Susanna, let's see if Georgia Johnson can answer here in game number 2. She's got some work ahead of her, though.
She's going to have to make a few adjustments. Maybe take some risks and see what she can put together.
Right there, even that shot just looked tentative from Johnson. She cannot play tentative here against Paris Todd.
0-0.
That's a good point there from Johnson, right?
Yep.
And there was a discussion during the timeout, during the commercial break, between Paris Todd and Bob Swisshelm, our USA Pickleball certified referee, just about her routine. She has a routine where, like we talked about earlier, she turns and faces the fence. We'll hit it in a second. Nice ball there from Georgia Johnson.
Right
she gets on the board. Yep.
Looked like the ball died as well.
But Bob and Paris had a discussion, and Bob telling her, I'm not trying to interrupt your routine, just trying to keep the pace of play going. And Paris isn't taking a long time, but there was one point where he called the score when she wasn't completely turned around.
Yeah, but he did clarify that she still has 10 seconds, so even if he calls it.
Right. And nice start here to game 2 from Georgia Johnson. She is on the board here early with a 2-point lead. Nice job, though, to start there from Johnson. Again, it's short-term memory, right?
Yeah.
That first game, you can't do anything about it now. It's in the past, right? So move forward, focus on game number 2. She's done that well to start here and has a 2-point lead.
0-2.
Todd, what a good ball that she comes in on. She puts Georgia Johnson in the corner, creates a great angle for herself.
And you don't see Todd come forward that often, but she definitely knows the right ball to come forward on.
1-2.
Just misses that sideline, does Paris Todd. And good point there from Georgia Johnson. What you like seeing in that point is she inched her way into the kitchen line. She took her time, but got there and put pressure on Paris.
2-1.
And that was a great serve from Georgia Johnson to set up that point. She had Todd back on her heels.
Little long. I think Georgia trying to aim it there rather than hit it there.
Yeah, and there is wind is coming behind Johnson right now, so if she doesn't put enough topspin on that ball, it could float long.
Well, Johnson's there, but unfortunately not able to get that up and over. Good ball there from Johnson.
I saw it as in.
Paris questioning on that last ball. She asked Bob Swisshelm, and Bob says, yes, it was in. No argument from Paris. She's just double checking.
Yeah. In some ways, that's a nicer way to go about it than just outright calling it.
Right.
If you're not for sure.
And even though Johnson does not win that point, I love the point construction from her, right?
Yep.
She had Todd moving sideline to sideline and was placing the ball in the right spot and in control of that whole point.
Yeah, much better points than we saw in that first game from Johnson.
Little overhit there on the two-handed backhand, and we're all tied here at 3. Game number 2 winner is sitting pretty in the gold medal match later on this afternoon. Loser will drop down and have to play for bronze and try and fight their way back. Who's going to come up first here? Nobody. And Todd off the top of the tape. I was waiting to see if someone had an opportunity to come in there. Really didn't seem like there was a good time.
No, I don't think there was the right shot.
No.
I mean, those drives had a lot of pace, which is a great shot, but it also makes it that much harder sometimes for you to move forward because that ball's coming back much quicker.
Good serve right there. And again, the wind is at the back of Georgia Johnson right now, so any hard serve she hits is going to gain even more pace.
Yep.
And that ball got on Paris Todd really quick.
4-3.
That's my fault. I said great serve in the last one, and then it's the
jinx.
curse of the broadcast. But Johnson does take a 1-point lead.
3-4.
Just long as Todd tries to come in on that last one, but overhits it into the wind.
Four, three.
And it was the hesitation.
Yep.
So Johnson hit the ball before that. Watch her right here. She hits this, and she takes 2 steps, like half steps in, and gets caught in the transition area. I'd rather her, if she's going to stay back,
right,
or go forward.
And I think,
one
again,
or the other.
it's part of it is just the pace of the ball getting to Todd is so quick that Johnson's not having enough time to get as far forward as she wants to get.
And I'm almost at an angle to you, and Georgia hits that last ball, and she starts to come up, and I see you nodding your head, right? Because that was the right time for her to do that, right?
Yeah.
She had Paris Todd completely on her heels. She gets the ball she wants, but then overhits it. That's great. I'm watching you agree with her as she's moving.
Well, I mean, it was the right move.
Yes.
She had her chance.
Point.
And at this moment, I wouldn't mind seeing Johnson take a timeout. I mean, that she has 2 of them. Oh, okay. She heard me. No, she's not. She doesn't. She's
not
on
close
the other
enough,
side.
but right on cue, she does take that timeout as she was up 4-3. Todd gets 2 quick points. Now she is up 5-4. Johnson does not want Todd to get any more momentum here, so she takes a timeout.
Yep.
Really quick timeout, a smart timeout, getting some advice, possibly getting some words out of brother J.W. Johnson.
Yeah,
Who
it looks
knows?
like her mom's over there too.
I bet Julie's saying a little more than J.W., but again, now you're talking about Georgia Johnson, the #1 player in the APP right now, female player. J.W. Johnson, her brother, the #1 male on tour right now. And Julie Johnson, the #1 female senior pro.
Well, that's
it's
quite,
a family
quite the
affair.
family there.
It's a family affair.
Receiver, you have one
So
remaining
all
timeout.
3 of them sitting pretty on top as #1 in their all their respective categories.
And all 3 of them putting in a little input here on this timeout.
Come in, ladies. Oh, sorry.
footwork there from Paris Todd.
5-4. Point.
Just an unforced error there from Johnson right out of the timeout. Not what she needed at that point.
And I do think the wind's picked up, and it might have stopped that ball a little bit before it got to Johnson, and she just timed it poorly.
Oh, and then, so doesn't hit it enough, and then overhits the next one.
I'd like to see the replay on that. Oh,
so
okay. He overruled it.
Yep, it is. Bob Swisshelm, our USA Pickleball certified referee, does overrule that call.
4-6.
That's a good ball there from Todd as she got out of the middle there as her and Georgia Johnson were playing back and forth in the middle. Todd goes to the sideline.
I mean, and Johnson was there. You know, it was just a much harder shot for her to get. But she was there at least, so lift it a little bit more, just get it back over.
Ball almost ending up in our booth here, Susanna.
Let's see if Johnson can put together a few points. Definitely she can capitalize on her serve.
Oh, okay, so she does get that point, but I would have loved to see her continue to come forward on that. Now, Todd goes short on that, clips tape, drops back over, but I would have loved to see Johnson continue coming forward because that's the ball that she needs to come in on. A couple unforced errors here from Paris Todd, and we're all tied here at 6.
But you're right. I think Johnson is getting a few more opportunities to move forward. We'll see if she decides to do that, but right now she's hanging pretty well in this ground stroke game.
Yeah, and again, it's Todd into the wind. She's hit 3 balls now, the last 3 off the tape. Just a couple centimeters short of being perfection, but unfortunately not for her, and it is a 7-6 Johnson lead now here in game number 2.
7-6.
Just a little long on that serve. You can see it just kind of picked up just high enough that the wind caught it.
6-7.
That's a big serve from Todd into the wind. Ball looked like it skipped on Johnson just a little.
Seven.
Wow, I mean, just great construction throughout by both these players. It looked like Johnson had the upper hand going sideline to sideline until that shot right there, where Todd went sideline and is able to get that backhand volley.
And I do think Johnson had a couple opportunities again to go forward on that point and potentially end it sooner, but I think she's just hesitating right now and staying back.
8-7.
Oh.
Wow. And Todd almost gets to it. Just a little short and slides into that net.
And unfortunately, even if she had got it, if she'd hit the net, it would have been over.
Yep. As you cannot touch any part of the net or net post. good ball there from Johnson. On the last one, she finally kept the ball nice and low.
Yep.
And that's what she needs to do. She's floating some of these balls back to Todd, where Todd's able to set up, I think. I think she needs to keep those balls lower.
Yeah, I mean, she can bring them a little lower at the same time. I like her just getting that ball back.
Yeah.
I mean, she's grinding right now, and she's got the lead.
Yeah, timeout here from Paris Todd, and you're exactly right. Just get them back over. But I like that she's controlling these points. Is that what you're seeing too, Suzanne?
Right, and then when she's finding the right ball, she's able to hit it low.
Yeah, so a great job here from Georgia Johnson adjusting here in this second game. She goes down and loses 11-0 in game number 1. She could have easily folded. She doesn't. She answers, and now she's up 9-8 in game number 2. What's the difference there from game 1 to game 2?
I mean, the biggest thing you got to point out is the fact that she did not get down after that first game, right? A lot of people losing 11-0 that quickly could throw up their hands, and she didn't. So mentally, very strong. But then the biggest difference is that she is moving Paris Todd around, and she's not making quite as many errors as she made.
Yeah,
in that
like
first
you
game.
said, you pointed it out. She's keeping the ball in play.
Yep.
She's continuing to keep that ball in play and continuing to force another shot. Wow, and just Georgia Johnson just grinding away here.
Yeah, I love to see it.
This is a different woman in game 2 here from game number 1. And it is a game point here for Georgia Johnson trying to force a third game. A little wide there from Johnson. Let's see what kind of answer Paris Todd can have. She just fought off a game point, and now she's within 1 of tying the second game up.
9-10.
On Johnson, unfortunate right there as she goes short on that. Todd putting pressure on as she was coming up to the kitchen line on that. An odd move from Paris Todd as she has not been coming up to the kitchen this whole game.
10-10.
And all tied again here in the second game. We've had 7 ties in this second game.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'd like to see Johnson take her second time out. We'll see.
It is a match point now here for Paris Todd as she just fought off a game point at 10-8 and within a minute has gained a match point here at 11-10. And Georgia Johnson is going to
flagging down the timeout.
Flag down Bob Swisshelm right here, as you see. Trying to get a hold of Bob. I'm taking that last timeout, Bob. I have it. I'm going to use it. I'm going to force Paris Todd to think about this a little bit before we come back in here on match point. But what does Georgia Johnson need to do not during this timeout, but when we come back from this timeout, what does she need to do to hold this off and get back in here?
Yeah, I think she needs to continue with what's working, which is grinding Todd down, and Johnson needs to make herself really move to that ball. She's got to just put everything out there right now. Get to that ball, move her feet, and keep that ball in play.
And she's done a great job here in game number 2. I mean, you look at the score. If after game 1, I would have been like, wow, I'm like Paris in complete control. This could be a walkover, maybe 11-2, 11-3 in the second game. Has not been that at all. Georgia Johnson has regrouped, put that in the past, but she's got to hold 1 point here.
Oh, yeah, I'd love a third game here.
Oh, and Johnson, she wanted to come forward, but as she was coming forward, the momentum carries that ball just a little long here. and Paris Todd comes out on top in game number 2. What a grind there in game number 2 for Paris Todd to end this. She wins 11-0, 12-10, and puts herself in the gold medal match later on this afternoon. Georgia Johnson will drop down and play in that bronze medal match, try and earn her right to force a rematch here against Paris Todd. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, I'll talk with Paris Todd and get her thoughts on this matchup. Don't go anywhere. The 2022 Beer City Open, presented by AHC Hospitality, is brought to you by Pepsi, McClure's Pickles, Elders Helpers, Paddle Tech, BLQK Coffee, Revlin Sports, Priority Health, Wilson Pickleball, and ilovepickles.org.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
If you run, if you spin, if you jump, walk, hit, climb, hustle, or just move, you bounce. Bounce 50% less with SheFit. We got you, because we are you. SheFit.
Priority shift from rush hours to slow breakfasts. From busy schedules to scheduled downtime. And as life happens, shifts and surprises are sure to follow. At Priority Health, we'll always be ready to shift with you, from complicated policies to ones written by humans. From a plan for 1 to a plan for 3. Because your priorities have shifted, maybe it's time your health insurance did too.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
You fired up the grill for 1 hot dog? Seriously?
Hot dogs, better with Pepsi.
Elders Helpers and Engage Pickleball love the fun we have and the friends we make playing and teaching this great game of pickleball. We proudly sponsor the Beer City Open, an APP event in Grand Rapids, Michigan. We welcome all participants and spectators. At Elders Helpers, we say, live on your own with a helper in your home.
Welcome back to Grand Rapids, Michigan. We are here at the 2022 Beer City Open. I'm with Paris Todd after her victory over Georgia Johnson. Game 1, 11-0, Paris. You're in complete control. Game 2, a different story. What was the difference from Game 1 to Game 2?
Well, I think Georgia came out a little flat in Game 1, and after the first game, anything goes for the next 2 games. It's like you're basically starting over. So I just, had to focus on my side of the court, and we played a little tennis out there, so it was fun. I loved it.
We talked about that off camera really quick, and you guys were grinding out baseline to baseline, and you kind of smiled at me, and you're like, I love that. What is it about that baseline to baseline rally that you like and enjoy and think you have an advantage with?
Well, just from all the days of playing tennis, if I'm back there, I'm super comfortable. So if you want to stay back and play tennis with me, I'm all for it.
And then moving on, puts you in the gold medal match later on this afternoon into the evening. How important is that to get past this match, get into that gold medal match, and not have to play in the bronze medal match?
Yeah, it's great, get to kind of hang out and chill a little bit, and the other girls have to grind a little bit. So just for my body, and especially in this heat, so I'm feeling good.
All right, well, congratulations, Paris. Sitting in the gold medal match, nice and pretty right now. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, Zane Navratil and Dylan Frazier here on Championship Court at the 2022 Beer City Open.
Brewing is both traditional and dynamic. That's the idea behind 5910 IPA, a classic IPA with a modern twist. And the name, 5910, is a nod to where brewing magic happens. Cheers to 5910, home of liquid craftsmanship.
Hiya, my name is Stacy Townsend, and let's learn to play better pickleball with Pickler and USA Pickleball. Learn to play better pickleball for free with Pickler and USA Pickleball.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
I've been on the road, out here with the squad. Everybody trying to go, yeah, the party jumping now. Hey, we putting on a show, trying to catch a vibe. We do this every time, like, na 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 na. This is where I wanna be, na na na. Never ever gonna leave, na na na. You ain't gonna get it from me. I'm like, na 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 na.
McClure's pickles are the official pickles of the kitchen.
Well, duh. We belong in the kitchen.
Totally. Just now it's official.
That's what I'm officially saying.
Pickles and pickleball. They fit so well, it's got to be official by now.
Sorry, I thought that unofficial was going to pop back up again.
Belknap Park here in the heart of Grand Rapids, Michigan, 2022 Beer City Open men's semifinal match. Zane Navratil, your number 1 seed, taking on number 6 seed Dylan Frazier here in a 2 out of 3. Susanna, before we get started here, what are your thoughts? You know both of these players very well. Played with, played against. What are you thinking here?
I think this is going to be a great match. I mean, we've got 2 young athletic players. Both of them have a little bit of a different style. I mean, and I know kind of the infamous singles match has been floating around the web lately, where Dylan Frazier was up, what, 10-0? And Zane came back to win.
You got to remind Dylan of that. Thank God he can't hear us right now.
But it's just in this last week somehow it's popped back up into to notice, and so that's got to be a little bit on his mind for Dylan. Of he's had his chance and now he's got to take it this time.
Yeah, so we'll see. And again, the key here, or one of the keys here of this matchup is obviously it's the Zane Navratil serve. And what can Dylan Frazier do with it? Can he handle it? Is he going to be able to return deep? We saw Ryler DeHart have a little bit of success when he was able to return that serve deep. So we'll see what happens here in this game. Frazier's seen it a ton, right? And so
I actually think Frazier has a better read on it, and because he does hit a very flat ball, I actually think he's going to have more success. What we saw with DeHart was a lot, big ground strokes trying to combat that crazy spin. But with Dylan's more of a flat stroke, I think he's going to be able to lift and keep that ball a little deeper on his return. One other thing we need to be successful is a ref.
Yeah, that's Susanna is the master of the obvious here, as we do not have a referee. So these guys gone through a full warm-up, did Dylan and Zane, and we don't have a ref here yet. So
yeah, we've got one seat on the court in the shade, and the 2 guys have been kind of
they're fighting over it over here.
Joking around about who gets that seat.
Hey, the veteran gets it. It goes to the elder. Navratil says, as the veteran wins the shaded corner here right in front of us, and he just kicks Frazier. And so Zane is just saying, we're just going to get started
ready
here.
To go.
We don't need the referee. We're fine.
Yeah, holding up his hands there.
He asked Dylan, is it a 1 or a 2? And I don't care what Dylan said, he was going to be wrong.
Kind of looking around to see if there's anyone we can grab out of the crowd, get out there and ref for them. So, I mean, you can tell these guys are good friends and they're competitors when they're out there playing, but they definitely enjoy each other and they're going to have some fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it'll be a fun match to watch. Again, it's always the key we talk about, the Navratil serve, but the more players that see it, the more they can kind of figure it out a little bit. And Frazier's seen it he's probably seen it the most of anybody, him, J.W. Johnson, Dekel Bar. They've seen the Navratil serve a lot. So,
and for Frazier, if he can get up to that kitchen line, his volleys are so fast. His hands are so quick. And he puts that ball down at kind of some unusual angles. So that's going to be one of his strengths in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what Frazier can do. Again, return to serve key here against the Navratil serve, but before we can see any of that, Captain of Obvious, Susanna Barr has pointed out we do not have a referee, so we cannot get started. I'm sure we will see one momentarily.
We've got Zane here asking some of the crowd to come out and ref for them.
Be fine. Like to. Navratil asking people in the crowd now if anyone wants to ref.
No? Are you too much of a Zane fan or what? You can't be partial? Perfect. And we can get some DF out here.
So Navratil talking with the crowd, trying to get someone out there. I don't think he has any takers because I think people want to watch this match rather than ref it. So still no
Still
sign
waiting.
of
As well, we're
anyone.
sitting here, I'll give a little shout out to my son, Porter Barr. He's back home in Boise. Today was his first day of driver's training. So I'm kind of
gosh.
happy I'm here and not there
Are you
having
sure
to
you're-
experience that.
Are you sure you're safe here? I mean, are we far enough away from Porter with him driving?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Luckily, he's got an instructor in the car with him today.
Yes. Rather the instructor than family.
Right.
If something goes awry, you guys are safe. So, speaking of Porter, he does have, we talk about Zane Navratil's spin serve. Porter's one of them also that has a very nasty spin serve. We've seen it. You get to practice against it a little bit.
You know, sometimes. I don't practice against it too much.
Every once in a while,
But
when he allows you to play with him.
Yeah, he can definitely catch me on it.
Hey guys, take your time.
Well, we've got a ref here on the sideline getting all mic'd up.
Navratil jokingly going, hey guys, take your time, you're good. And so it looks like we are just about ready to go between Zane Navratil, your 1 seed, taking on Dylan Frazier, your 6 seed. A spot in the winner bracket final on the line here for these guys. In the other men's semifinal, it's Federico Staksrud taking on James Ignatowicz. Be another good matchup. And it looks like we're going to get that match next here on Championship
Nice.
Court. So
Lots of great matches for you guys to watch.
Yep, on the bottom half, let's see. Gabriel Joseph just took out Ryler DeHart 16-14. That had to be a good one. J.W. Johnson, who actually, J.W. Johnson went down to Ignatowicz in 3. 11-6, 9-11, 11-8. And J.W. took out Hunter Johnson, 15-6. So it's J.W. Johnson and Gabriel Joseph. And then Ryan Sherry took out William Sobek, 15-11. While C.J. Klinger took out Johnson Cola, 15-12.
That's a great win for another youngster, C.J. Klinger.
Yep, all these darn young kids, Susanna.
I know, they're coming.
Taking over this sport. But we love to see that, absolutely love to see that. You just see all this young athleticism taking over the sport here with pickleball, and your son included. So it looks like both these guys are pretty warm. I don't think they need any more warm up per se, as it is very warm out here. And so these guys look like they're ready to go. Navratil to serve. Oh, that's just great control of the kitchen line right there from Dylan Frazier.
That's exactly what we were talking about, that Dylan's kind of flat return can handle that serve. And then if he can get up to that kitchen line, he's got some of the best hands out there.
Oh, got a little handcuff there. I think he should have taken that ball out of the air. He doesn't. Good hands from Frazier on the first one, but Navratil cutting off ground here.
Yeah, that volley out of the air as he's just moving forward. Almost impossible to get back.
Ball gets in on the body of Dylan Frazier right there. Again, what you see Dylan Frazier do too on Navratil serve, he tries to get it on a short hop.
Right.
So he tries to almost attack it, what Frank Anthony Davis would call a saber, and coming in on it and attacking it early so it doesn't move as much.
And it's not a bad idea as long as you don't hit it long.
Right. I mean, again, Susanna Barr, you're captain of the obvious today. Don't hit the ball long, guys. Just so you guys know.
When you're coming in and getting it off the short hop.
Like on that serve right there, don't hit it long or
Okay,
else it's out.
obviously on the serve. But
All
coming
right.
in off that short hop, you have a
Yeah.
tendency, you have to control it a little more than you would if you were doing a topspin ground stroke.
Oh, nice ball there from Navratil. He finds the right sideline. Didn't look like he had much room there, and just enough to keep that inside the line. Oh, and he's there in plenty of time, is Navratil, but I think he tried to do a little too much with it.
I think the ball also, it just bounced up higher than Navratil was expecting.
That's good inside-out forehand there from Frazier. You watch this approach, watch him run around this. Almost had Navratil leaning on the right leg, and so what that did was put him out of position a little bit on the cross court.
Yep, right like that. Frazier's got 2 points on the board. Oh, no, that was out.
No, that was a little long.
Oh, okay.
4-1, yeah, a little long on
She said
serve.
point at first.
Yeah. After 2, maybe even 3, I'd like to see Navratil just trying to maybe drop that cross court.
Right,
and
yeah,
get into that.
he's got to get that ball low to Frazier's feet.
That's a great return there from Navratil as he cut, really sliced that ball, kept it low. Good drop there from Frazier. Is Navratil all the way back behind the baseline on that drop. Almost still almost gets to that.
Oh.
Great down that line from Dylan Frazier.
It just comes off Frazier's paddle so flat and fast that if you're not reading that paddle face really closely, it's hard to tell where it's actually going.
Reminds me of Georgia Johnson. Hits
Yeah,
it
a
really
little bit.
hard and flat.
For sure. And both of those players are not traditional tennis players.
Right. Yeah, Dylan does not have a tennis background. Was an athlete. Played a lot of sports growing up, but wasn't a tennis player. Just an athlete.
And it's nice to see because we hear a lot of talk about these high-level tennis players coming into the game, but we still have really high-level players who don't have that tennis background, who are still hanging in pickleball and still at the top of the game as well.
Well, that's good serve there from Navratil. Again, when he's able to get his spin serve deep, that's trouble. I don't care who you are.
Right.
And the timeout here from Dylan Frazier as he is up, or down, pardon me, by 4 here. Navratil up 6-2 as
his mom
Dimple
is watching
Navratil.
on.
Well, is she really watching?
Maybe she's watching
She's
the
more-
live
oh, there
stream.
she is. There she is.
She
She
knows we're
sees
there.
us, yep.
She wants to hear your commentary
Yeah,
as well.
so she's watching the live stream, I think she is right there. So get a good shot of Dimple right there.
Wants to know what you're saying about her son.
Yeah, I know, right? She doesn't want me talking too bad about Zane, so. But she and Navratil's father, they travel all over watching him. He has great family support in what he's doing in the game. Traveling all over teaching. You get to teach with him a little bit,
Yes.
which is nice. You love teaching with him. You've done it a couple times already.
Looking forward to doing some more the rest of this year.
There's boss lady Andrea Coop. She is locked in watching this match now. Just wide down the line from Zane Navratil. Good time out there from Frazier. See if he can capitalize, cut into this 4-point lead.
Oh, nice hustle.
Yeah, good try
Just
there.
Too good of a shot.
Yeah, again, and it's Navratil controlling that kitchen line. You'll rarely see Navratil hit a return serve and not come in. He's always putting that pressure on. Wow, and again, he's almost more dangerous when he's off balance on that serve.
Right.
Because now you don't know where it's going, where it's coming from.
Just a little long.
An 8-2 lead here for...
It's sort of surprising. Like, I see that score, and I was expecting it to be a little closer because there have been some exciting points, and Dylan Frazier has been playing very well.
Ball gets away from Navratil a little bit, out by like a good 3-4 feet. But again, that's the risk reward that he runs with that serve. And you'll ask those guys that have the big serves, that have the spin serves, if they really worry about missing a serve, and they don't.
No.
They'll take that because there's no point differential on that. Because that's what he gets right there.
Exactly. You can see Frazier feeling a little frustration. 1 for 1.
Yeah, again, misses 3 feet wide now.
One point off the serve to 1 miss. Oh, wow, that's a great shot.
Well, and that's set up by 2 previous shots where he's run around it and gone inside out. So Navratil almost thinks he's going to go inside out, and he pulls forehand side.
Yeah, and it was great footwork from Frazier. He really got to where he could hit that ball wherever he wanted to put it.
That's the one ball that is tough from a non-tennis player, right? Trying to drive that ball from low.
That really
You're hitting
low
it
ball.
flat. It's very tough to get that up and over and keep it in. What a point here from both of these guys. Just when you thought it was over right here, Navratil gets it back.
Oh,
Force your
painful.
opponent to hit another ball.
I loved hearing the crowd on that one, though.
Gives Navratil a game point, and that will end game number 1. 11-3, Zane Navratil takes game number 1 here in this semifinal matchup. A spot in the winner bracket final on the line. We'll take a commercial break. When we come back, game number 2 here at the 2022 Beer City Open Men's Pro Singles.
Brewing is both traditional and dynamic. That's the idea behind 5910 IPA, a classic IPA with a modern twist. And the name, 5910, is a nod to where brewing magic happens. Cheers to 5910, home of liquid craftsmanship.
Hiya, my name is Stacy Townsend, and let's learn to play better pickleball with Pickler and USA Pickleball. Learn to play better pickleball for free with Pickler and USA Pickleball.
Downtown Grand Rapids, Michigan. Great flyover right there. As you can see, we are here at Belknap Park for the 2022 Beer City Open. And a great aerial there of Belknap Park. What a facility here that we have at this beautiful brand new championship court installed. They literally started building this as soon as we left last year, and it got done in time. It's beautiful. What a setting. They have this permanently here. It's absolutely awesome. So we're glad to be here. Zane Navratil, Dylan Frazier, semifinal matchup. All Zane Navratil in game number 1, Susanna. Dylan Frazier to serve. Let's see if he can change what happened in game 1. Oh. And that is the absolute right shot there from Navratil,
Right.
bodying up Frazier, right?
Right. I mean, I would have loved to have seen Frazier go cross court on that volley. But yeah, Zane hit the right ball.
A little long there from Frazier on the volley. A little wide there from Navratil.
One thing you'll notice is both these players feed off a really fast-paced game. It'd be interesting to see if Frazier ever tried to slow the pace of the game down.
Right, like take his time between points, slow things down, exactly.
But it's not really in his game plan at this stage. But it could be interesting to see if he develops that. Nice leave.
Yeah, that's tough right there because that didn't miss by much. Good choice though from Frazier, side out. So that is a shot right there you saw to Dylan Frazier that he is working on. Spoke with his dad about 2-3 weeks ago and said that he's really grinding away on that two-handed backhand. He's trying to develop it and make himself a more rounded player. Wow, I mean, just to get that ball back up and over from Dylan Frazier. Great athleticism as he's behind the baseline here.
Yeah, but perfect control from Navratil.
Oh, goes around the post. What patience here from Dylan Frazier. Watch this ball clip the tape, waits, and just picks that ball off
right
the
on
ground.
The sideline.
Great double up on that side from Zane Navratil as he had Frazier trying to get back into the middle. What hands from Dylan Frazier here as this looked like all Zane Navratil. He just didn't get enough angle on it. And the unforced error from Navratil, and Frazier has a lead here, 2-1. And nice ball on the line from Navratil.
It was the same one he was trying to get earlier. Missed it just a little, but he kept on it and got it right where he wanted it.
Yeah, he had a little more room there as that ball was more in the middle from Frazier, not as much down the line. Nice ball from Frazier.
Let's see if we can see it on the replay here.
Tough to see. Yeah, tough to see from our angle. But Zane defaulting that the ball was in.
That one's out. Obvious.
As an obvious one from another Captain Obvious line from Susanna Barr, as we appreciate all of her Captain Obvious comments so far this afternoon. But a 2-2 game here in game number 2. Frazier trying to force a third game here in this semifinal matchup.
Oh.
What I like right there is the down angle from Dylan Frazier on the backhand block.
Yes, yep, he got that great downward angle counter punch. Got the pop up and then just easily was able to put it away.
Another free point off the serve for Navratil. Just wide from Frazier on that ball off the tape. And again, you're thinking it's coming harder. Ball hits the tape, slows up, drops over. You have to reposition yourself and you have to reset your mind too to, oh, it's fast, now it's slow.
Yep.
It's not easy. Wow, I mean, mixing in the lob there. And that's not a bad lob because Frazier's hitting that from the transition area.
Yeah, what I would have liked to have seen earlier in that point was for Frazier to put his volleys at a little bit more of an angle. He kept kind of volleying them back right to Zane when he had the whole court to mess with.
And there's that freebie again, and that's 2 this game. And it's a difference right there. Navratil not having to do much work other than keep that serve in.
Oh.
Wow. I mean, and that's what Zane is. Zane is streaky, and that's what you need to avoid with him is he just rattled off 3 points in about 30 seconds.
Right.
And so when that happens, now you're in trouble, and the timeout here from Frazier. So what are you seeing out of Frazier he needs to do to slow this down? Because it was just 4-2. Now it's 7-2.
Right. I mean, he's doing a great job when he does get up to that kitchen line. But as you said, we're seeing Navratil really hitting his ground strokes right now. So I'd like to see Frazier maybe lift the ball a little bit more, slow that pace down, and see if he can't get back into his volleys.
Right, and you pointed that out. You pointed that out earlier about what Frazier needed to do on those balls that Navratil's driving right at him, right?
Right.
Trying to do something a little more with it. It seemed like he was just punching that back.
Right.
He's got to be able to create something off that because he was in good position for every one of them. So timeout over. Navratil coming back in. He will be serving up 7-2 here, trying to end this in 2.
Yeah, and I liked that return. It had a little bit of cut on it. It was not quite the same pace as the earlier returns. And forced Zane to just overhit it just slightly.
And that's what Frazier needs to do, right? So that ball right at Navratil. And what's he do with that? It's a swinging volley to put that ball away.
Right. At the same time, if I was Frazier, I would have potentially tried to drop it instead of just driving it right towards Zane's forehand.
A clean winner on the serve.
We don't see those often.
No. We saw one earlier against the Hart at the ace. And now Navratil gets one here against Frazier. Frazier didn't even swing at that one. He did not read that one very well at all. That's good ball there from Frazier. Much better.
All right, let's see if Frazier can get another point.
Got to put something together here. Get a few here. Get back in this. There's a ball I thought he should have volleyed. He didn't. He let it bounce and it put him on his heels.
Scooted back a little bit to let it bounce instead of taking that step forward and volleying it, like you mentioned.
Oh, Navratil around the post.
Wow.
Frazier able to get a paddle on it, but
that ball.
If Frazier can get on top of that, he's got the whole court open, but it's a lot easier said than done.
That ball that Zane hit was curving away from him and back to Frazier's side of the court.
Another clean ball down the line there from Zane Navratil, and has a match point here on his paddle. Trying to earn the right to get into that winner's bracket final. We have that next matchup here on Championship Court, possibly with Staksrud and Ignatowicz. On a clean winner from Navratil, and that will seal up this match. 11-3, 11-2. Zane Navratil moving on. Dylan Frazier got some work to do, but Susanna, I think you're out of here. You're going to go practice a little bit possibly.
Practice.
So thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me today.
All afternoon. We appreciate it. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, I will have Zane Navratil and his thoughts on this last matchup. Don't go anywhere.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
If you run, if you spin, if you jump, walk, hit, climb, hustle, or just move, you bounce. Bounce 50% less with SheFit. We got you, because we are you. SheFit.
Priority shift from rush hours to slow breakfasts. From busy schedules to scheduled downtime. And as life happens, shifts and surprises are sure to follow. At Priority Health, we'll always be ready to shift with you, from complicated policies to ones written by humans, from a plan for one to a plan for three. Because your priorities have shifted, maybe it's time your health insurance did too.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
You fired up the grill for one hot dog? Seriously?
Hot dogs, better with Pepsi.
Elders, helpers, and engaged pickleball love the fun we have and the friends we make playing and teaching this great game of pickleball. We proudly sponsor the Beer City Open, an APP event in Grand Rapids, Michigan. We welcome all participants and spectators. At Elders Helpers, we say, live on your own with a helper in your home.
Back here on Championship Court, I'm with Zane Navratil. One more time, guys, for Zane Navratil, moving on to that winner bracket final. Congratulations, buddy. Going against Dylan Frazier, very familiar with each other. You guys are joking around before the match starts. How do you turn that on and off like that and focus on he's an opponent now?
I mean, we just do it so often. Like, there's very few people that I'm not friendly with on tour, so I mean, you just have to flip that switch and realize that it's a match and that I want to win no matter how much I like or dislike the other person. So Dylan's a great guy. I always love playing against him and with him. So, but I always like beating him too.
Of course you do. And now playing against Dylan, you kind of handled that match pretty well. Playing in the heat, in the weather, are you looking to end that in two pretty quick? You want to conserve energy moving on in that winter bracket final against Dylan?
What type of question is that? Yeah, I want to win in two. Should we go five or what?
I mean, the fans here would like you going three, but you're kind of trying to conserve energy. Is that something, though, that you're thinking about going into matches when it is like this today?
Honestly, not really. I'll do whatever it takes to win, even if that means calling the ball out when it's in. I will just do whatever it takes. So, no, I mean, obviously we want to win as lopsided as possible, I guess. I know that Dylan is a very, very dangerous player, and I'm very fortunate that he had a lot of shots that were this far out or just barely into the net. So in singles especially, the flip can be switched very, very quickly, and so no lead is really safe, so you have to keep playing until it's over.
All right, so Zane Navratil, congratulations, buddy. Moving on to the winter bracket final. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, game to 15, Irina Tereshchenko, Salome Davidze, women's pro singles coming up next.
Brewing is both traditional and dynamic. That's the idea behind 5910 IPA, a classic IPA with a modern twist. And the name, 5910, is a nod to where brewing magic happens. Cheers to 5910, home of liquid craftsmanship.
Aloha, my name is Stacy Townsend, and let's learn to play better pickleball with Pickler and USA Pickleball. Learn to play better pickleball for free with Pickler and USA Pickleball.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
I've been on the road, out here with the squad. Everybody trying to go, yeah, the party jumping off. Hey, we putting on a show, trying to catch a vibe. We do this every time, like, na 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 na. This is where I wanna be, na na na. Never ever gonna leave, na na na. You ain't gonna get it from me. I'm like, na 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 na.
McClure's pickles are the official pickles of the kitchen.
Well, duh. We belong in the kitchen.
Totally. Just now it's official.
That's what I'm officially saying.
Pickles and pickleball. They fit so well, it's got to be official by now.
Oh, sorry, I thought that unofficial was going to pop back up again.
Welcome back to Championship Court. Michelle McMahon and Dominic Catalano on the call with you here. You are witnessing the play-in match to 15. Winner advances to the bronze medal match to square off against Georgia Johnson. It's a top 10 women's singles showdown between Irina Terashenko and Salome Davidze. In the bright pink is Davidze, and the white sleeve shirt is Terashenko. And this is one game and match to 15 points. Winner advances, loser goes home. Any early thoughts, strategy-wise, here, Dom?
You're going to see a lot of ground strokes from Davidze. She likes to play that baseline game, but she has adjusted. She starts to come in at the right time now. Terashenko, the veteran, is going to come in consistently and try and cut those angles off for Davidze and use her length. Very long player, tall.
Terashenko, the fourth best women's singles player in the world. Davidze is ranked number 10 in the world currently in singles.
That's a great ball there from Terashenko. Little touch drop shot.
Terashenko with a well-placed shot to the corner.
You just cut through this backhand. Beautiful spot. Nothing Davidze can do right there.
2-0. Terashenko back to serve. Davidze with the forehand rip finds the side.